Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Uh, Hi from Zach as well. Welcome, Ben. Ben has said this is their first live version of the Zeta stream. I don't know how many non-live versions, but this is the live me. So welcome, and welcome everyone. As you trickle in, it would be much appreciated if you could like the stream. It helps other people find it, and we know there's a bunch of Sudoku fans out there who have not yet met Zach, and that's a shame because Zach is a little prima donna and would like to meet all of the Sudoku fans out there. So we appreciate that. We appreciate our supporters. So every stream we start with the most voted on puzzle from the supporters. So people who support the stream by clicking the join button down below, they get the nice little green name, and at a certain level they also get to access to the list of all the puzzles. Boy, sound is weird in here today. I'll explain why in a second. But they get to see all the puzzles that are potentially coming up. And then after they see that, they can choose which ones they want to vote for. And so today that puzzle is this is a Fillomino puzzle by Magnus Josefsson. So we'll be doing that to start. This puzzle was voted on by 10 of our supporters. So the 10 supporters who voted for this are Neverio, Nordy, Luda, Afraid Not, Tall Cat, Daniel Silverstone, Russ, Jay Dyer, Eric, and David. Thank you to all of you and all of you who are here. So this solve is dedicated to all of those of you who voted for it. Thank you very much. Zach, thanks you as well. Before we dive into the puzzle and I explain how a Renban Fillomino works, I should also mention that Sunday is stream number 100. So 100 streams of Sudoku, and we're going to celebrate that by having Tall Cat on as a guest. So I'm going to be solving. So I start at what amounts to 10 a.m. my time. You can see in the stream schedule what day it is in your time. But I basically intend to stream until I can't anymore, more or less. So I expect it to be a long stream. I don't know how much Tall Cat will get. Tall Cat is not being held hostage, so is allowed to leave, but I will probably continue streaming puzzles after that. But it should be a lot of fun, so I really encourage you, if you have any time on Sunday, to come stop by and hang out and watch us do some puzzles. People have sent in a lot of puzzles in honor of the 100 stream, so I am excited to see them. Also, it's just cool that I've been doing this for, well, almost 100 streams now. I guess this is stream 99 if I can subtract 1 from 100. So that's like 600 hours of streaming or something, because I used to stream for the longest time twice a week, once 4 hours, once 8 hours. Instead of now it's usually 4 hours, 3 days a week. But anyway, should be lots of fun. Hopefully some time works. Yeah. Welcome from New Zealand. Yeah, I know the time zones, if you are in New Zealand, do not necessarily work out the best for all of my streams. I try having slightly different times, but the whole 24-hour time differences thing can get tricky. Alrighty. So I think that's all of my announcements. I should also mention that I posted a new puzzle on Logic Masters Germany recently called 20 Lines. Tristan can probably put a link in the chat. Oh, it's 8 a.m. there. Okay, so you're in good shape. It's 8 a.m. there, then you can watch the whole thing, maybe, possibly. But yeah, so Tristan can drop a link there. I've been very happy with the response to 20 Lines. It has been enjoyable. So that was fun. Alrighty, so let's get to Magnus's puzzle now. So this is, first of all, a Fillomino puzzle. So that means we're not putting digits in boxes or anything like that. We're instead creating ominoes of various sizes in the grid. So for example, this would be a 5-size omino, and in a Fillomino puzzle, you put the digit that is the size of the omino in every cell. I think I'm going to change my digit color to black just because there are red lines. So because this is a size 5 omino, also known as a pentomino or quintomino, because this is size 5, there'd be 5 in every cell. And the rule is that as you do this, you can't have any of the same size ominoes touch. So I could not create a pentomino down here as well, because that would create a 5 next to a 5, in different pentominoes, that's not allowed. Oh, I'm reminded, by the way, by the heater turned on. So the room got sort of jumbled around because, as I mentioned a few streams ago, our boiler broke. So we're now in the beginnings of fall/winter. So it's like 40 degrees outside, but we don't actually have any heat. So Tristan shuffled around the place I stream from so that we could put a little heater next to me. So if the sound is different, there's two possible reasons. One is that there's a heater going. I've tried to set up a sound filter that'll filter that out. But the other is just the acoustics of the room are completely different because things have gotten moved around. So anyway, let me know if something is weird. I'll do my best to fix it. Of course, we mostly just have to wait for the penguins to fix the boiler. And then everything should be back to normal. But anyway, in the meantime, we have that. But as I've noted before, it's not a big deal in that we don't have to pay for the boiler or anything like that. So we do not need to do a fundraiser for the boiler. Just that it will be cold for a bit. Alrighty. So let's jump in here. Okay, so that's the Fillomino rules. And so then the lines in this puzzle, which because Renban are purple, Magnus has made them blue and red. The lines are Renban, which means they contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. So for example, this could contain a 1, 2, 3, 4 in any order, for example. Oh yeah, I was just actually thinking the other day I haven't done any Yajalin. Ben was asking for me to do some more Yajalin. And I have not done any Yajalin in ages. I was actually the other day thinking of maybe making a hybrid Yajalin Sudoku puzzle where you had to draw in the Yajalin loop and then it would become a 10-line or something. But then I talked myself down from that cliff. But yeah, there might be some Yajalin coming in the setting challenge, because I have the setting challenge, if you've not heard, Ben, is for people to make pencil puzzles of various sorts. So we'll see. We might get some Yajalin in there, but if not, I can find some Yajalin to do at some point, because I do like Yajalin. All right, so note this does mean, so here's one thing this means right away. I can't repeat numbers on a Renban ever. And so that means that automatically there is a line between every one of these. So these are all boundaries of Fillominos between any place there are two cells that are on the same Renban. And so we're going to get to draw in a bunch of lines, and I'm going to accidentally draw in 3 lines in places that I'm not supposed to, so that chat can catch me and demonstrate they understand the rules, and not because I don't at all understand what I'm doing, as seems to happen every time. Let's see, all those go in. Now, here's the thing I don't know, is that normally in a Fillomino puzzle, there is no rule about the size of the digits that can appear. So normally you could have, in a Fillomino puzzle, a size 20 omino, and that would be just fine. Now, there's nothing about a Renban that tells me I can't put a 20 on it. 19 and 20 are consecutive. They could go next to each other on a Renban. However, yes, and good point about the betting tree. However, there is a Sudoku button up here provided by the setter. And Sudoku, this is a random thing about Penpa, you can't enter a number that's more than 9. So that sort of implies that I'm actually looking at only numbers that are between 1 and 9. But I don't know yet. We'll find out. So I'm not going to assume that it's only involving numbers between 1 and 9, but it may turn out to be that case. But I skimmed the rules on LMD as well. The example puzzle doesn't include any numbers bigger than 9, but it does not seem to say... it does actually, I think, say, if I read this line carefully, because it says digits, and 22 is not a digit. So if I believe that it actually literally means me to interpret the word digits here, then I really should only use 1 through 9. Anyway, I suspect I suspect it's going to turn out that we're not going to need anything more than 9, but we'll find out. I'm not going to assume that unless it turns out I have to. Okay. Well, the thing is, if you were doing this and you wanted to allow numbers that were bigger than 9, you should enable the number mode instead of the sudoku mode, because the number mode will let you enter numbers more than 9. Yeah, I'm going to continue to assume, even though, like, I feel like if you... it would not be great form to just sneak the word digits into your definition of Renban, as your way of hinting that everything is from 1 to 9. But I mean, it just seems very unlikely that you're going to want ominoes that are big in this. So I'm just not going to assume it, and then if we later have to assume it, I'll figure out something. Okay, so we should put down our official betting tree. I need to enable shape mode to do that. One moment while I figure... Oops, sorry. I'll try not to scroll like that. I have a thing that makes it so I shouldn't be scrolling. But then I did anyway. Okay, we have to enable shape mode because shape mode is how you get the betting tree. So let's see. I don't have a fantastic guideline. I'm going to guess this is going to be a reasonable betting tree. But we have that. I see why people are suggesting row 2, column 8 for a betting tree, though. Hey, Playmaker, how are you? Playmaker, I've noticed you also said to Nefario the other day, greetings from the CTC Discord. Do you always now, are you the official spokesperson of the CTC Discord now? Because that would be cool. So if you're not familiar with the betting tree tradition, we open every puzzle, theoretically, by putting a betting tree into the grid, and then you have to guess what's going to go in the betting tree. So in this case, you could guess 1 through 9, but you could be more exotic, and you could guess that the betting tree will be a 22. I mean, who knows? So we can figure that out. So go ahead and take your bets now, and make a wish with your betting tree. So the breaks I've already made are here because I know that no 2 of these cells that are on a Renban can be in the same omino, because then they would have to be the same digit. Oh, the thing overlapping the rule slightly? Yeah, there we go. So if 2 things are... there's also should be an edge here. And there should be an edge here as well. So what that means is, because I can't put 2 5s next to each other and do that. Yeah, I did try and actually... Usually this doesn't work super well, but I tried to actually make it so all the rules fit on screen, and... Oh my god, Ambrose, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry. So that's why. But now one consequence of that is that we get that these are both 1s, because I can't get anywhere else. These are both entirely locked in on the sides, and so they have to be 1s. So that's a 1. Oops, sorry, normal. That's a 1, and that's a 1. And we get to do our little 1 dance. So Zach gets to come out very early. Ba-da-ba-da-ba! 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 You're not supposed to do a backflip when you're doing a 1 dance, Zach. Ba-da-ba! Ba-da-ba! Ba-ba! Ba-ba-da-ba-ba! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So we've got some amount of digits now. Oh, I see that there's an edge here that I'm missing. And so as a result, because these are Renban, I actually know exactly the contents of these Renban. So these digits are, if I can count, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these digits are, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are also 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got those digits all sort of mushed together in that horrendous-looking, indecipherable way. But probably, if I'm careful, I could prove some of these couldn't be the 6, maybe, possibly? Is that what I'm supposed to do, or am I supposed to look for other things? Because, like, having to fit a 6 in here is going to be quite interesting. I don't think this being a 6 is going to work, but I don't know if I really want to prove it. Oh, there's an edge I'm missing here. Okay, so that's very useful. Okay, that edge that I missed is actually an incredibly important edge. So thank you, Chameleon. This cell, remember, it can't overlap with that cell. So this omino has size at most 3. So, because it can take at most these 3 cells. There's no other cell that this omino can possibly take. So it's not 4, 5, or 6. It's only 2 or 3. I think for this one, the most cells it could possibly take is like that. But I think I could actually prove it can't even take that many if I really want to. But I don't know how much I want to get into the weeds about this, but I don't think this can even be a 5. Because in the universe where this is 5, these are all the cells this could possibly take. But now this digit has to be consecutive with 5, and it can't be because I've just made it a 1. So I'm going to say this cell's not 5 or 6. So we've got that. Okay, so one of these 3 digits is a 6, so this cell can't be a 6 because it sees the 6 by... Oh, wait, no, that's not how that works. Okay, now a good point is this isn't 1, so it has to get out, and it can only get out like this. So let's go ahead and do that. I gave exams today, but sadly I have not corrected any of them yet. I made my key for one of them. All right. So I know that I can draw this edge in because I know that these 2 can't be the same digit. So those 2 do not do that. So I've got this. So this is also a 2, 3, but it's the same 2, 3 as that one. This one I can do the same thing. So let's go ahead and go orange this way. It can only go out this way. Got that. I mean, making a key before you give an exam is just begging for security problems, isn't it? Calc 3 is one of my favorite courses to teach. I've not taught Calc 3 in years, actually. Let's see. We probably have other things that are similarly forced in, but I haven't quite seen... this one is another one that's also forced in. We can go ahead and give it like a nice green color. This one too. This one can get a blue. And I know that none of these are the same so far. I mean, they might have the same number in them, to be clear, but none of them are the same omino. So this can come over here. That bar, I know these 2 can't be the same because they're on the same... okay, so that's actually... Oh, I don't quite know, I guess, exactly what happens. But this is now interesting because this is going to have to grow into one of these 2 and not both. So now, what's the biggest this can be? I think now the biggest this can possibly be is 4. I think that actually does work if this is a 4 and that's a 3 and joins that. So, but this is certainly not a 5 or a 6. Carl has a great point, which is that I know this cell is a 1 or a 3 purely by phenomenological stuff, because either it joins that, in which case it's a 3, or it doesn't, in which case it's a 1. So this is only a 1 or a 3, so this is only a 2 or a 4. That is a very wise point from Carl. Which means that this digit's never a 3, because if this were a 3, the third cell would be that one, and that one can't be a 3. So I suspect that is what Carl was hoping. So now the question is, what happens if this is a 2? And the answer is bad things happen. Because if this is a 2, it can't join this, because that would be 3. And if it's separate, then I have 2 2s touching, and 2 2s can't touch. That's like the only rule of Fillomino. So actually, this has to be a 4. And that's a 3, which means it's pink. Means I can go ahead and fill in that edge. Fill in the 3 and the 3, like that. That now D3s a bunch of cells, because now this can't be a 3, this can't be a 3, this can't be a 3, and this can't be a 3. Because we've got that. This 4, no matter where the 4 goes, it definitely takes that cell. And so it's a question of, can the 4 possibly avoid taking this cell? And the answer is no, because if the 4 doesn't take this cell, then the 4 has to do this, which if you squint, you'll notice the 4 has just taken 2, oops, that wasn't intentional. The 4 has just taken 2 cells on the same Renban, which it cannot do. I can only have 1 4 on the Renban. So in fact, the 4 is forced to be blue, but now blue is forced to finish here, which makes this also a 4, which is then going to deforify a lot of cells. And let me draw on this edge. So no 4 here. Oh, no, no 4 here because it touches a 4, and no 4 here, here, or here because those are on a Renban with a 4. And so that's a 4, and that's a 4. And now if I look at this cell now has to get out, because it's not 1 because it's touching a 1. So we'll go ahead and give that the honor and privilege of being purple. And so by virtue of how that worked, it does not go down. I also now know it's not a 3. So it is a 2, 5, or 6. It being 5 or 6 seems awfully difficult, but maybe not completely impossible. I don't think this can be the 2, can it? I think this being the 2 would force these to be a 5, 6 pair, and I don't think that's ever going to work, but I don't really want to prove it. This can't be a 4 because it's touching a 4. So one of these 2 is a 4. I don't know which one yet. And by the way, welcome Ranking Lurkst. Lurksting rank. Lurking Ranksk. There we go. That is difficult. I have 4 on both Renbans. Oh, yes, there is 4 on this Renban. Okay. So you're not complaining about me removing 4. You're complaining about me not removing 4 more. Okay, so I will remove 4 more, and that should make chat happy. This cell really wants to be a 1, but it could also be... Actually, can this cell be orange? Maybe this cell can't be orange. If this cell is orange, then orange is at least 5. Where is orange getting 5 cells from? It can't. This cell can't be orange. Because orange, if this cell is orange, orange is at most 4 cells, because there's no more cells from here, unless someone in chat sees something I'm mistaken. But I don't think there's any more places for orange to go. So this cell, I don't know exactly what size orange is, but I think I know that orange can't take that cell, which has made this cell a 1. So that has made that a 1. Oops. Sorry, normal 1. We can now fill in these. These are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That seems to be a common combination in this puzzle, is to have a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 string. So, interesting. Do I know anything about how any of these grow? I don't think I have any gimmies about how something grows yet. This cell is in this situation where it's going to grow into one of those if it grows, but it could still be a 1. I don't know it's not a 1 for sure. This cell I know is at most 7, but it can't actually be 7. So I guess this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. I don't know that I super want to pencil mark that, but it's available to me if I do that. Let's see. Memerster has made a Sudoku joke, I believe. Let's see. Row 2, column 1, and row 3, column 2 are a 1-2 pair. Let's see. Okay, so I can at least prove to myself the absolute biggest this cell can be is 3. Because it can't take any cells beyond that. This cell I don't see that restriction on, but maybe I'm not looking closely enough. let's see. Row 3, column... Oh, row 3, column 2. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong place. I was looking at row 2, column 3. Row 3, column 2. This cell can be at most 2 because there's an edge I haven't filled in the grid yet. Somehow I missed all the important edges. So thank you, KNT. Yeah, this cell's a 1 or a 2 for sure. In order to grow, because it can't grow past there. Yeah, all of these are sort of restricted, but not in a way that quite makes clear what's going on. I would love to know that this cell isn't a 1, so it at least has to grow, but I don't think I do. I don't think I know that that's not a 1 either. Let's see. Let's see. Mad Titan says purple is not 2. By the way, I will pause briefly as I contemplate why purple is not 2, to just request that if you've joined since I last asked people to like, if you could like the stream, it would be greatly appreciated, because it really does help sort of people who are watching find it. So please do. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so if purple's 2, what goes wrong? Then these are a 5-6 pair, which I don't like at all. But can I immediately prove that these can't be a 5-6 pair? So I guess maybe I should contemplate what happens when orange is 5 or 6. Because if orange is 5 or 6, I guess it needs to go through, like, there or there and get out like that or something like that. Let's see. So if orange takes this cell, which is the only cell orange can take to grow one more. Now this cell is now forced, if it's not a 2, to go down here. I don't quite see a nice way to see this, but I think I really believe that, the statement that this being a 2 would be a problem. Oh, let me bump the audio. So part of the problem with the audio filter is the heater is going to go on and off based on what temperature it is. And so whether the audio filter sounds good or not is going to depend, but I can reset it real quick. Actually, if I reset it now while the heater's off, it's just going to sound weird when the heater comes back on. So I probably should not reset it right this second. Unless you think I really should. Okay, what is the... Sorry, I'm following along now. Okay, well, I'll reset it, but it's going to come back on in a minute, so I don't know exactly what I can do. But I can try and reset the filter periodically. One moment. Okay. I can periodically bump the noise filter, so it should try and make me sound good no matter what's going on, but we can do that. So I think this point is beautiful, which several people have said. If this is a 2, what happens? So the world in which this cell, the world in which this cell is a 2 is very problematic, because it either goes left, in which case it makes orange also a 2, or it goes down, in which case it makes purple also a 2. So this being a 2, regardless of which direction it goes, creates another 2. So this is not a 2, is the point of this. So we've got that. So one of these 2 is a 2. And whichever of them is not a 2, the 5-6 can't go that way. So this 5-6, actually, I think it's going to get bullied into this cell no matter what, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Chat likes orange being 2. But I don't quite see it yet. Let's see. So if orange comes out this 5, 6 comes down and makes purple 2, which it's supposed to. These two sort of like go their separate ways through here. Okay, let's see. If this is at least 5. Let's see. This is at least 5. So what are the cells it could take? So it could go out this way. If it goes out this way, there's not a whole lot I can say about it. If it goes this way, though, and goes through that cell, then in order to get to 5... Okay, that's the problem. Okay, here's what chat is trying to tell me. So if this cell takes this cell, now what's happened? Now it can't take this cell anymore, and so now there are at most 5 cells it can take. But in order to take those 5 cells, what has to happen is that it creates 2 2s. Because it creates it makes both orange and purple 2. So what that means is this cell can't take that cell at all. And so this cell instead has to take that cell in order to get out. Also, that's cool about CTC, and I'll get to it in a second, but I need to brain my way through this while I have brain. Okay, this has to go through here, is the point. And if that has to go through there, there's no way that orange is not 2, because if orange comes down, now there's no way that these connect. So these connect straight across. Orange becomes 2. Like that. Sudoku, normal, 2 and 2. And so now purple is not 2. So purple is 5 or 6. So purple comes out here. And now purple has no choice but to come out here. We can draw in some more edges. Purple is still 5 or 6. So purple has to take this cell now. Like that. And so we get that. And so the point is, and I believe this, Chad is saying this, and I was about to say this, but I wanted to double check. I think purple's 5. Because if purple's not 5, then I need to find another cell for purple to take, and there isn't one. So this is 5. Okay, so now question. How bad is the air thing going if I don't turn on the filter? Because now the heater has turned on. Purple is not green because they share a Renban, is the problem. And that's why purple and green can't be the same. Ooh, get a $10 donation from Ken, a bit early for the 100th stream, which I sadly won't be able to make. Sorry about that, Ken. But how about 100 dimes? Thanks, Zeta, for many wonderful and fun streams, and so many more to come. Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you from Zeta and I and Tristan. We appreciate your generosity, and we appreciate your support, your little green name, and everything. So thank you very much. We can get a little donation dance from Zach. Thank you, Zach, and thank you, Ken. Very much appreciated. So this is 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. And so now green can't be 5 because green is on a Renban with a 5, so green is 6. Also, I know another cell that has to be green. And I know another cell that can't be green. Yes, Tall Cat will be doing my 100th stream by himself. That is how it will work. That would be lovely. Funnily enough, I don't think that anyone named Zach has been in chat yet. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've had it yet. By the way, Memerister, at some point in the interview question, someone asked how Zach got his name, and I just made a joke about it, but I didn't actually answer the question. I believe that Zach is subconsciously named after the first person voted out of Survivor Season 42, who I quite liked. Although it may be spelled differently, because I committed quickly to how you spell Zach without actually looking at this. And I don't know that I was consciously thinking about it, but I'm pretty sure I was subconsciously thinking about it in retrospect. Okay, so this cell now... yes, the current airing season of Survivor is Survivor 43. Omega Lamb. I also love Zach from Final Fantasy. He was one of my first video game character crushes. Actually, I think he was probably my first, like, non-real crush, actually. Let's see. Oh, I'm thinking of Zell. I am thinking of Zell. Who is Zach from Final Fantasy? Maybe I must be thinking of the wrong character. I may have just revealed I'm old. Zach is from Final Fantasy 8. Or, sorry, Zach is from Final Fantasy 7. Yeah, Zell is from Final Fantasy 8. Sorry, Zell is the one I really liked. Darn, I don't remember who Zach is in Final Fantasy 7. He's not the dog. He's not the guy with the big sword. He's not the vampire. He's not the ninja. I'm trying to think of all the characters in Final Fantasy VII. I can think of a surprising number of characters from Final Fantasy VII for not being able to think of this one. Oh, it's a spoiler to say who he is. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, I know who Zach is now. Okay. That's right. There are a lot of guys with big swords in Final Fantasy. Okay, so I suppose probably I should do the, like, I should I finish this first, or should I watch the Simon? I guess we're making good progress. We can probably finish this, but we'll do that. I think we'll see. If people have opinions, I'm open to opinions. I worry that if I put this down and pick it back up, it's not going to go well. But it's not as difficult as the last time. I don't remember what puzzle I was in the middle of. Was I in the middle of Codex Sandwich Puzzle last time I got a Simon feature? I was in the middle of some puzzle where I was like, if I put this down, I'm literally never going to be able to finish it. So I better finish this now. Last time. This time I don't necessarily feel that as strongly. Let's see. This digit is next to 5 because it's on a little itty bitty 2-cell Renban. So I think this has to be a 4. That is my professional opinion as a Sudokuer, is that this has to be the 4. So therefore, percolating that up this Renban, that's not a 4 and that's not a 4. And that's not a 6 either because there's already a 6 on the Renban. Let's see. This being a 4, but that can't be a 4, puts an edge in here. That's awesome. Okay, so now we can... begin this. Okay, chat is in favor of me finishing this first. Okay, I am happy to do that. Let's see. So let's red that cell. So that 4 pokes its head out there, making that a 4. So this Renban has a 5 and a 4 on it, so it has to have all the digits between 5 and 4 on it. This digit has to get out, and it's not 5 or 4, so it's going to go that way. I'm trying to decide what color it is. I'm spending more time than I should debating what color each of these Aminos should be. No CCC until you've eaten your Fillomino. Fair. So that goes out. So the 4 has to keep going. The 4 can't go here, because this is on the same Renban. This blue one can't go there, because that's on the same Renban. So this one now has to go down. So let's see. So that goes down, which now puts in an edge here. So we've got all of these, and one of these is a 2, and the rest of them are just going to keep going. So that's interesting. Okay, so this 4 needs to take one of those 2 cells that's dangerously close to the betting tree, but don't worry, we won't let it get to the betting tree. At least we'll do our best. So this cell's a 2, 3, or a 6. This cell, I don't know if it's 2, 3, or a 6. So oh no, it could be that this is the 3. Oh wait, can there be a 6 on this line? If there's a 6 on this, I guess that if this is, I don't think this can be 6. Oh, maybe it can actually. Oh, that's annoying. Zeta can have a little CTC as a treat. There is a podcast title of All the President's Lawyers new version. What is the new version of All the President's Lawyers called? Serious Trouble. That was a joke on that in Math Pesto that I really liked. Which is, I think the title of the episode was "You Can Have a Little Bit of the Search Warrant as a Treat." Okay, so chat makes a very good point, which is that I'm wrong. I mean, that's a very common point. Whichever of these is 6, one of them is, and whichever of them it is, it definitely lands on this line. So this line definitely has a 6 on it. So there's no way we're getting away from there being a 6 on this line, which means there's not a 3 on it. So this cell can't be 3, because 3 and 6 are too far apart. So this is either a 2 or a 6. Why can't this be 3? This could be 3, that can be 2. Oh no, this can't be 3 either, for literally the same reason. Literally the same reason I just said. Because if this were a 3, it would put a 3 on a Renban with a 6. Yes, I agree. So now, funnily enough, in a Fillomino, we have a 2-6 pair, which has made this a 3. I got there eventually. It just took me about an hour longer than chat. Blue comes down here and finishes because blue's a triomino. Triomino. This is a 2 or a 6. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Logical deductions are reusable. Sometimes. Yes, now, that's right. Crispy makes a good point, which is before we only knew that this Renban had all the digits between 4 and 5 on it, but now we know this digit has all of the, or this Renban has all of the digits between 3 and 5 on it. That is a very good point. Let's see. The left one can't be 6, says Ranksk. Oh, right, because one of these is the 6. Right. This is not 6, because one of these is the 6. Right. Because either that's 6 or that's 6, and whichever one it is, it goes down through here. Okay. Sorry, KNT says row 2, column 3 is 6, otherwise you have 4 cells on top left Renban, which is min 10. Okay, so here is KNT's point. Imagine the world where there's an edge here. So there's not, but imagine the world where there is. Now I have these cells, which are in total 8 cells. But those 8 cells contain at least 4 Fillominos, which have size at least 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. So we get to make use of the Simon triangular number trick to note that that's not possible. So green always takes this cell. That's surprising to me, but very cool. Great spot, yeah. Very cool logic and very cool spot. I bet if we repeat that, we can prove that 6 can't go all the way here either. Because if 6 goes here and finishes, we're going to be in a boatload of trouble. Because now I'm going to have to fit 1, 2, and 3 triominoes over here. And that does not work, because that would be at least 6. So this does not work, which means that the 6 goes down here. And finishes like that. No. That could work. Oh, because of blue. Right. Blue could be 3. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something. I was saying something nonsensical. Blue needs to be included in the count. Sorry. Silly blue. I blame blue. Okay. Okay, so I guess then the question is, what happens if blue isn't 3? What if blue is 2? Now I've got to fill these 5 cells somehow. So yeah, so I guess the question is, if blue ends here, then blue is 2. What's this? And so it doesn't work no matter which way I make it. So if I make it 1, now it makes this a 2 and makes this a 3, and it doesn't work. Or I'd have to make this at least 3, but it's also at most 3, and then that gives me 2 1s, and it doesn't work. So I don't see an at all elegant way to see it, but blue definitely has to come here. And I mean, it's not like there's all that many cases, because this cell only can be 2 things if it's sitting next to a blue 2. So these are 3. So this is not 3. So now these 2 together are filling 3 total cells, because one of them has 1 cell and one of them has 2 cells, which means in these 4 cells, you need to have an imposter cell, and the only way we're fitting an imposter cell here is by sneaking the 6 over here, which is the thing I originally thought I could prove couldn't happen, but actually can. And so in doing that, we finish the 6, we finish the 1, and we finish the 2. So that's the 1. This is a 2 over here. Oh, did I screw this up again? Why not a 1, a 2, and a 1? Wait, what? A 1. Oh, so this being 1, this being 2, and that being 1. Yeah, that's right. That is true. That is possible. Because I don't know that every Fillomino, I don't know that every Fillomino touches a Renban. And so far, all the Fillomino have been touching Renbans, but I don't actually know that this isn't a 1, a 2, and a 1 up there. Horrifically. Let's see. It's what I sign up for. These I know are a 4-5 pair now, though. So this 4/5. 4, 5, 7. Oh, there's another cell. There's another cell. Who knew that there was another cell? I didn't. I will point out. Yes, so there's actually 3 cells on here. I know I need a 4 and a 5 to connect the 3 and the 6, but I also need a 7 because I need another digit and I can't use a 0. In any event, the only thing I really wanted to do was draw this thing out a ways. Because we know it goes to at least here. That creates an edge here. So this is a 1 or whatever. Good point. Chat notes that this cell is now on a Renban with a 3, so it can't be a 3 by sudoku, so it's a 2. Sadly, I don't know if it does anything yet, but it should do something eventually. So the total of these is 16 cells. So assuredly, if I look at these 3 together, one has to escape through there, and the other has to escape through there, because I don't have anywhere near 16 cells, and so 2 of them need to escape. And so I think if I understand this correctly, I'm not underestimating, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, could I only have one of them escape? I don't think so. I think these probably have to be 4, 5, or 7 as well, but I could be wrong. But now I'm feeling like this has become a mess. And I don't quite want to argue it anymore. Okay. Two and row 3, column 5. Let's see, KNC says, has to go left, otherwise it blocks off the top passage. Okay, so if the 2 goes like this, the question is, can I finish my 4, 5, 7 triple? And so, in order for me to do that, this would have to be 4, this would have to be 5, and this 7 would have to somehow escape through here, which seems to just work, as far as I can tell. For this to be 4, this to be that 5, and this to be a 7. That didn't work. Oh, the 5 is taking 2 cells on a Ren. Ah, the 5 is taking 2 cells on a Renban. Okay, yeah, that's complicated, but it's true. Okay, so I agree. If the 2 goes down now, then I need to make one of these a 7. The only one that can possibly be a 7 is this one. And so as soon as this is a 7, it has to go through here because it's the only escape. And then this becomes a 4, and this becomes a 5, except the problem with this being a 5 is, as Garion points out, I've taken these 2 cells on a Renban, which I cannot do. So that's not allowed. And so therefore this 2 doesn't go down. This 2 goes left. That was cool. I liked that. Which then forces the 6 over here. And so we get to draw in various edges. We get to turn something orange recreationally. All good things in time. So I guess I need to make up a color for this thing to be. The color for this thing to be, I think this can be red. I'm open to other opinions, but I think it can be red. Well, I get the 1 and the 2, but who cares about that? I care about the red. And now this thing is going to go down. Okay, now this thing going down is going to force that to be a 4. So this is going to go down, whatever it is. And now this pink over here has actually become red because it's a 4. And so these are a 4, a 4, a 4, and a 4. These aren't 4 anymore. So this one's actually not red. It's only temporarily red. So we get that. Chat would like me to actually finish the puzzle, so I should fill in the yellow and the orange over here. That's probably a good idea. It means I need to do a little bit of edging around the rim. So we've got a 1 here. Oops. A 1 here. And a 2 and a 2. Apparently I have a problem with my reds. I have a 4 that's not red. Oh, and I have a 3 that's not blue. There we go. We're trying to trying our very best here to keep these things here. Okay, now how on earth is this going to work? Oh, this is not able to be 5 because no matter how this escapes, it's going to touch the 5. That's very cute. So this has to be a 7. Because there aren't 5 cells for this to take that don't touch the 5. So this is a 7, and that's the 5. Also, if the 5 takes this cell, it's not getting to 5 cells. It's only becoming 3. So the 5 needs to take this cell. And so therefore it needs to take that cell, going down. So we've got some more 5ing to do. This cell can't be a 5 anymore because it's on the Renban with a 5. The 7 is going to have to really stretch itself out in order to get to 7 cells. So it can't take this cell. It's going to have to take that and that and that at the very least. This is a very, very well done version of this this puzzle. I think I've only previously done one Fillomino that had Sudoku stuff in it. I might be wrong. It can't take this cell either because there's already a 7, so this has become a 1 again. So we get to say Manamino do 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 Manamino do 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 do. And now that's nice because it also tells me that the digits that I'm missing are a 2 and a 3, because I need a 2 and a 3 on this Renban. So these are a 2 and a 3. So whatever this is, I'm going to preemptively orange it and then change it later when it turns out to be a 3. That's right. I now know that this is a 5, so it can be purple. 2, 3, 6. Darn it, I did it again. I did exactly the same thing again. I thought I saw all of the cells on a Renban that I had not named, but I once again missed that there was another cell there that was going to be a 6. Somehow I, in my heart of hearts, believed that this was going to turn out to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 Renban. I really believed, but it turned out I was wrong. This 7 has now touched the Renban. And so it can't touch the Renban again, and so the 7 has to go down. So this is a 7. It can't go left from here, because if it went left from here, that would become a monomino touching a monomino, which is not allowed to do. This could be a monomino, though. Whatever this thing is, though, I'll again use orange temporarily. It has to go down. Which is then going to force this thing to go down, whatever this thing is. It can be red temporarily, I suppose, although it's never going to be red. Which then forces the 5 down here. So now the 5 is done. So that's now a 5. It's true. Yeah, I mean the Simon Monomino bit was just precious. So I don't do most of Simon's bits, although every time I put a 3 in the corner, chat gets excited. Although I think chat missed this 3 in the corner, but the Monomino bit is hard not to do because it's so catchy. Plus, I suppose it fits with the adult nature of our Sudoku stream. Let's see. Speaking of, I think last time was the first time I said the F word on a stream accidentally, and I don't think anyone noticed. Let's see. Red and orange can't be a 3-6 pair. That's awesome. Red and orange can't be a 3-6 pair, because if red and orange were a 3-6 pair, they would definitely go there and there. And those 3 and 6 don't go to Renban together. So that means this is not a 2. So that means it's at least a 3. That's a very good spot, Garion. I love that. So it goes there. And is now definitively not orange. I did say phenomenologically a lot last stream. That's true. That's definitely the F word that was being referred to. That there are no other F words that I could think of. I don't know what you're thinking of. Let's see. I feel like when you're administering an exam is literally the perfect time to to watch a Sudoku stream. But I also can't bring myself to pay attention and like watch students while they take exams. It is just excruciating. Row 5, column 6 can't be a 1 Renbanologically. Let's see. If this were a 1, I would need a 2 and a 6. That's true. That's a good point. So Dog is correct. This can't be a 1, because then my Renban would either be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and neither of them works. So this cell is not a 1. It needs to grow. Let's see. We've got room for a green. We haven't had a green in a bit. And so that's going to finish the pink, actually. So this pink 7 now is done. Let's see. Let's see. This edge can come down here. Oh, doing cryptic crosswords when you're giving exams sounds fun. I have set up front during exams and done pencil puzzles before, but usually I just go to my office and leave them to their own devices. See, there are a lot of these that can't be 2, but some of them can be 2. Oh, excellent point from Andrew. The 4 now only has one place it can finish, and so it is done. And it's already the right color, even better. I might have made it the right color on purpose. Who knows? Let's see. So this can't be a 6. If this is a 6, oh, maybe it... Can this be a 6 if that's a 7 and that's a 2? That seems terrible. Let's see. This being a 6 is also terrible. So if this is a 6, that's a 2. Yeah, okay. If they're 2 and 3, then one of these would have to be a 4. Because I don't quite know what to do with that. I do enjoy random drawings in exams. Students used to draw me comics on their exams a lot, because I always put a comic on the front of the exam, so that often inspires students to draw their own comics, which I enjoy. Okay. I know this thing isn't a 1. Here's the point. This thing isn't a 1, because there's a 6 on this Renban. So, this goes down. So let's just guess that it's going to be a monomino, and color it yellow and see if we're right. So this number is not a 4, so it's a 5, a 7, or an 8, I believe, are the digits that this could possibly be. Oh, does 2 not work on this Renban? I wasn't even paying attention to this Renban. 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I know that this isn't 3, 4? There is always some amount of poker facing during exams when students ask, is it okay if I leave the answer like this? And you look at it and like, I guess you won't lose points for not simplifying it. But yeah, we'll go with you won't lose points for not simplifying it. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's the problem. That's very cute. So this is the point that Chad has been making for a bit that I wasn't getting. If this is a 2, then in order to make this Renban work, these need to be a 3, 4. But in the process of these being a 3, 4, what is this? Well, it can't be 6, so it's a 3. But then it's a 3 touching a 3, which is a 4th 3, which is too many 3s. So this isn't the 2, which tells me this is the 2, which is very cool. So that's the 2, that's the 2. It's done. And it's already the right color, so we're happy about that. So we've got that. This is a very cool puzzle. I'm very delighted by this this puzzle. I think the last one of these I did that was like a Fillomino with sudoku stuff was by Peter Venus, which was very good. I was actually trying to set a like vanilla arrow Fillomino the other day, and I could get like several steps I wanted, but then at some point it was like, okay, now the end of this is just boring and I don't like it. Yes, you won't lose points for not simplifying, because there will not be any points left to lose by the time you've been by the time the rest of the question has been graded. Interestingly, if this is not a 2... Oh, it could be a 3. Interesting. Okay, sorry. I think Garion had a point that I was meant to look at. Row 5, column 4. Oh, sadly, the point has been gotten by other things. Let's see. Okay, so this Renban either has a 3 or a 6 on it. Funnily enough, if this is a 6, it breaks. Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry. If this is a 6, then we either have a 5 there or a 7 there. Does not work. Should I be examining this? I feel like I should. I feel like I should probably know something that I don't know. Oh, okay. So, this is a smart point. So because that sells a 5, 7, or 8, this sells also a 5, 7, or 8. Fun fact. So there's a 5, 7, or 8 on this Renban, which means that this cell is not big or is not smaller than 2. And so therefore, this needs to poke out this way, at least. Now, one of these two is also huge. I mean, both of these are big, but... Oh, okay, so here's a good point that I had not really thought about. These both have to extend down. Now, one of them is extending down because it's a 6 that joins the thing above it, and so it's pushed down. And the other is something that's in a Renban with a 5, and so it has to go down. I think this is what KNT wanted me to see, is that there's an edge here for sure. So that pushes yellow there. Oh, orange is resolved by the Renban. Oh, for the love of Pete. Yes, so we have a choice between the classic 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 Renban or the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Renban. And just aesthetically, I think for this puzzle, we're going to go with the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Renban. And so that's a 2, and that's a 2. That's a 6 and a 6. So I have another empty cell in the Renban again? Dagnammit! Ah! Stop it! Stop having more cells on the Renban. No! Josh made me do it. So I guess what I know is one of these two is 6. But yeah, whatever this is, it's going to need to go down at least 3 cells, no matter what. So these 3, because this is also going to need to go down at least 3. So it is correct to say from Liam, I can definitely box off all of that. Because both of these things, again, whether they're part of the 6, in which case they have to go down 3, or they're a number that's at least 3, in which case they have to go down 3, force that combination. Oh yeah, the classic exam where you get a 37 and it's an A or whatever. The physics experience. Let's see. At least that's how all the grading in physics courses I took went. Which was especially bad because in the physics courses I took, they would always have the answers to the exam posted outside the classroom. So it would be like, oh, you take the exam and then you can go outside and see how you did. But it was a course where, like, getting a 40 on the exam was an A. So inevitably you'd look at the answers and be like, well, those don't look anything like anything I did. But then it would be fine. So the 6 one's going to go 3, and then the other has to be at least 4. it's being pointed out. And so the other one has to go at least 4. Is there any way the other one goes more than 4? I don't think so, right? Oh, maybe it could be 5? Annoyingly, I think it could be 5. Oh, no, it could even go out that way, I guess. Maybe, possibly. Oh, no, I need an extra cell for this one. Oh, this is a mess. Let's see. Okay, so if 6 is in the middle, what's going to happen? It's going to go down like that, and I'm going to need one more cell. So if the one more cell is here, that's going to be a 4. This being a 6 looks okay to me. Actually, this being a 6 looks a little worse, but I think it's still okay. Oh, you were saying this can't be a 6. But then you retracted it. But yeah, okay. I was thinking you're saying, I was viewing this as the central cell of this Renban and thinking you were saying this couldn't be a 6, which was very believable. But I don't think it quite... The problem is if this is a 6, this cell either is a 6, in which case there's almost no restriction, or this cell has to be tiny while this is a 6. But I can't quite break any of those combinations in my head. Let's see. Should I be marking in candidates for this cell? I guess this cell has to be consecutive. Okay, this cell actually does not have many candidates, because this cell needs to be consecutive with 3 or consecutive with 6. Well, it's not a 2. It could be a 4. It's not a 7, but it could be a 5. So this cell could only be a 4 or a 5. Or it could be the 3 or a 6 itself. Darn it. Okay, never mind. This is sorry. This is not as good as I had hoped. This can also be a 3 or a 6. But let's see. Let's try the same thing here. This one could be a 3 or a 6, or it could be a 2 or a 4. Can't be a 5, but it could be a 7. Okay, that was not as exciting as I had fantasized about, I'm going to be honest. It sounded much better in my head, as they say. So this Renban definitely has a 6 on it. I don't know where. But that means this Renban has a 5 and a 6. So the other digits on it are each at least 3. That's something. Let's see. Yellow can't be 8 is very plausible. Yeah, this can't be a 1, but it could be orange, right? Okay, so I'm trying to look at Nicholas's claim that this can't be a 7 or an 8, maybe. Let's see. Let's start with it can't be 8, maybe. Let's see. It's allowed to cut off that. That's fine. Putting an 8 here would be really bad, but not possible. But not impossible. Start with 7. So if it's a 7, it has to not touch that 7. And so it not touching that 7 would have to be something like that 7. Oh no, that 7 doesn't work because I took a cell there that was 1. Sorry, I can't take the betting tree. So I don't have 7 cells I can take is the point. Because I can't take the betting tree because it touches a 7, even if it has a betting tree on it. So I can only get 6. So this cannot be 7. Okay, so now the interesting thing is because if this is 8, one of these two is 7. And that's probably not going to work. This one could never be 7. Because if this were 7, it would need to do that. And then that's not going to work at all. If this is 7, it would need to do, let's see, the 6 would go down to here. And then the 7 would be like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but that touches the Renban twice. Right. So neither of these can be 7 is the point. Because if this wants to be 7, it's going to touch the Renban twice. If this wants to be 7, it's going to not have 7 cells in it. So this can't be 8 because neither of these two can be 7 is the point. So this is 5, so it's purple. Okay. So these are from 4, 6, 7, I guess is the point. Right. We actually proved neither of these can be 7, as Jay points out. And so if we proved neither of these can be 7, then what do we know? We know that they have to be 4, 5, 6. So these are a 4, 6 pair. So if this is 7, the only cells it can take without taking 2 cells. Oh, if this were 7, are we saying couldn't it do that? Sorry, I think chat might be pointing out I think our not 8 logic here was wrong. Possibly. No, I think we're good, because if this was 7, we obviously can't take both of these, so we'd have to take this one and go over here. But now this digit has to be too big, because we've put a 7 on this Renban, so it's a longer look ahead that I like less than I originally liked it. But yeah, this still can't be 7, because this digit would be at least a 3, but it only has 2 cells to grab. Whereas I originally really liked the point, I now dislike the point, but it still stands. So now we have... Yeah, so one of these is a 6 going straight down, or going at least down to there. Okay, so the point is that in these cells, we have a total of... What do we have? We have a quadromino, a hexamino, and a duomino. And the total of those, quad, duo, hex, is 12, and I have 12 numbers highlighted. And so, because I can't put a monomino here, which is what I would have to do if I veered this way, I actually need a vertical line here, because I'm going to eat up all my cells here no matter how this works up, is the point from chat, and I agree. This digit now, remember, is not 1, because we know there aren't any 1s on this Renban, is the key observation. So this goes left, whatever it does, which is then going to push the purple some more. So the purple now gets pushed over to here. So now I finally think I know which thing is the 6 on this Renban, although you're going to tell me it has more digits. So where's the third place that I can put a 6 on this Renban? Because I can't put the 6 there, but there must be another place I can put a 6, because that's what happens every time. I really don't think there is this time, though. I really think this now actually has to be a 6. I really don't think there's an option. So I think that actually we've proven that this is... Oops. That this is 6... Oops, sorry. This is 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 4. with some edging and coloring to be done. Oh, I missed the rim on that one before. So the 6s are green. The 2s are orange. The 4s are red. And now this probably shouldn't be green anymore because it's not going to work out to be green. Might work out to be blue. Who knows? So now this digit is at most 3 just by... Oh, yeah, that's right. I missed some of the edge up here. This digit's at most 3, but it can't actually be a 3 because there's already a 3, so this digit's now a 2. So we've got a 2 and a 2. I enjoy how there's a wide variety of styles of inappropriate joke about being sure to rim the ominos. Let's see. So orange is at most 3. That's a good point. Could it even be a 2? Are there enough digits to... No, this can't be a 2 because I can't fit 2 with a 5 and a 6. So this has to be a 3. I didn't make any of the jokes, for the record. Chat was responsible for 100% of the rimming-related jokes that happened. Let's see. Blue goes there now. Boy, we're just messing up the coloring left and right here. Because now this can't be blue. So now we've got some of that. In fact, actually, now we know it's a 4 because 4 is the only digit that goes with the things. So this is now a 4, and we know exactly what it does. So now it's going 4, 4, 4, 4. This digit's now a 2 or a 5 over here. Has anyone set a non-consecutive Fillomino? I feel like almost certainly someone has set a non-consecutive Fillomino, and I can't decide if I think it would be horrendous or beautiful or some combination thereof. Oh, Ben, welcome to the fan club of Zeta. Thank you so much. We have a new fan. Woohoo! 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 Ah! Uh-oh. Did I just crash the stream? I don't think I did. Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Okay, good. Oh, wow. That's gorgeous. I love that. Okay, so chat points out beautifully. We're collecting Bens. Very exciting. Chat points out a beautiful point, which is that if the purple Renban takes this cell, that puts a 5 here, but then that makes this a 2, which then puts a 2 here, and now I have a 2-5 Renban, which doesn't sound so good. So actually... we don't know what number it is yet, but we do know that the betting tree will be purple at the end of the puzzle. So that's neat. So let's see. So what are we going to do with that? So there's either a 2 or a 5 on this little itty-bitty Renban, I suppose. Oh, is it a problem if this is a 5? Hey, Florian. Welcome to modern times. I think you were one of the very first people to test 20 lines. So I'm excited to watch Simon attempt it. Let's see. I feel like I should know whether this is a 2 or a 5. But I don't think I do. We are all going to watch together. Row 8, column 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, column 4. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening around here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 57 Thorns. It sounded like it was going to be a pain, though, to sort of visualize if this is a 5, what 5 cells does it take? And then try and argue that this can't be a 4 or a 6. And so if this is a 5, this would be a 4 or a 6. It would have to come out like that. Oh, it's going to break that cell. No, because this could be a 4, making that a 3, making that the 3 up there. Let's see. Row 8, column 5 can be a maximum of 3. Let me count. 2, 4, 6, 8, column 5. This could be a maximum of 3. Let's check that this can be a maximum of 3. So it's not in the same region as that. Oh no, maybe it is in the same region as that. Oh no, it's not in the same region of that if it's a 5. It could be in the same region as that as a 2. But if this is not in the same region as that, then it can take that cell and then say that cell and that cell or something. Yeah, if this is a 2, then this is a 2, then it's less than or equal to 3, so I don't care. And if this is a 5, that's not a 5. Yeah, we probably have to count. Like, the fact that these two are that's 3 different ominoes is pretty challenging. So let's see. What is not completely nailed down? 2, 6, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I count 18 total cells that we have not yet attributed a home. Now, this Renban definitely has at least a 6 and a 4 and a 3 on it. So 6, 4, 3, that's 13 of those cells. So 13 of the cells at least have to touch this. If you count again, you get 17. Oh, did I get a different number? Let's see. 4, 6, 11. Ah, yeah, I got 17 that time. I don't know what I got before. 17. But at least 3, 4, 5, at least 12 of them are eaten up by these things. That has happened a lot with this puzzle. I feel like this puzzle, I don't think the puzzle's especially challenging. I don't think it's especially difficult, but I think it's especially difficult to communicate points between chat by talking about it. Also, I'm being told that 3, 4, 6 is 13. So there's at least 13. Yep, this can't be a 5 anymore. That's the point. Because there's at least 3, 4, 6 over here. 3, 4, 6 is 13. I can't have another 5. That would be 18, and I only have 17 cells. So this is a 2. I believe that now. So the counting did get us that this is a 2. So it's orange. And because this is orange, I know it touches this Renban, and so that means that these are from 1, 2, 3. One of them is a 2. Let's see, making row 8, column 5. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, making this a 3 breaks. Let's see, if this is a 3, it's going to have to go there. which is going to make this a 2 and a 2, make that a 6. I don't think I immediately see why this breaks. Do I know there's not a 2 on this Renban? 5, 4, 3, 2, no. Oh, no, I know there's a 6 on this Renban, so I do know there's not a 2 on this Renban. Okay, I think I believe this. So because this red touches here, it touches one of these two. And remember, I only have really 4 cells of wiggle room, because I have 17 total cells that are taken up by this Renban. Well, how do I know I don't get a 7 here, and then I put a 7 on this Renban? That's not going to eat up my total, is it? Because it could be the same 7 that I already know about. Is it already too big if I put a 7 here? It could be already too big if I put a 7 here. So 7, 6, 4 is what? 7, 6, 4 is 13 and 17. Ah, that doesn't work. Yeah, this can't have a 7 on it. Okay. This Renban can't have a 7 on it because of this 2. So that would be too many cells, because I only have 17 to play with. And one of them is a 2, which is not there. So this 6, I now agree, this red can't be a 6. Because if this were a 6, it would add an extra region that would be a 5 or a 7, and I can't have either of those, and I can't already have a 7 over here. I already have the 5, it's done. So this isn't a 6, it's a 3. And that's a 6. So that's a 3, that's a 6, and that's a 6. So this Renban now has a 3 on it. So therefore it doesn't have a 5 or a 6. Doesn't have a 6 or a 7. Okay, so one of these is a 6. And if one of these is a 6, I also need a 4. So I think these are a 4-6 pair, is I think what I know. So, I've got to change the 3 coloring. Oh no. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, we can color that blue now. Oh, and I can change the 6 coloring to green too. Let's see. I'm being told the 4-6 is resolved. Yeah, if this is a 4, it makes that a 6, which then the 4 has to come around here, but now the 6 has to come out here, and now the 4s touch, and you can't let your 4s touch. So this can't be a 4, for a somewhat complicated but not too bad reason. So that's a 6, and that's a 4. So that is red, and that is green, coming around like that. We can go ahead and do that, and that is the green done. So we can go ahead and do that. The red has to come out here. It can't go and be 1, 2, 3, so the red has to go there. It's not a 3, so it has to go there, and now red is done, which is going to force blue to be there. So we can do all of that. That's now a 3, a 4, a 4, a 4. This is now definitely not a 3. It is a 1 or a 2. This is now also definitely not a 3, because if it was a 3, it couldn't finish, so it's a 1 or a 2. So where is the monomino is the question. Don't I have 2 options? Can I put a monomino here, a domino here, and a monomino there, or the other way around? Oh, no, because if I make the domino go that way, I have 2 monominos touching. Right. So in this region, I know there's 2 monominos and a domino. And 2 monominos and a domino, I can't let the 2 dominoes touch. So if the domino goes this way, I have 2 monominos that have become inappropriately close together in this society where we don't let monominos touch, which seems a bit oppressive, if I'm honest, but it forces that. So we get monomino, domino, duomino, as we expect. So 1, 1, 2. And finally, we can look carefully at our betting tree and see that this cell's become a 5. Do careful sudoku and find that that is a 5 as well. And so we have successfully completed, I believe, this puzzle, although it did not proc the answer check, which always worries me slightly. But I think we did it. Alrighty. I enjoyed that a lot. That was a lot of fun. I'm about to go set up so that we can watch, so that we can figure out how to watch Simon solve my puzzle. While I go set up so that we can watch Simon solve my puzzle together, I'd appreciate if you've not yet liked the stream. If you could like the stream, I'd really appreciate it. It'll help people find it, help people enjoy the watch party. So I'll be right back, and then we'll be watching Simon solve my puzzle 20 lines, which should be fun. So I will see you shortly. Be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. So we're gonna have to do some juggling around, I think. Well, I probably want to do this in the penpa mode, actually. But I need to make sure that I get my computer audio, because if you can't hear it, it will not work well. Let's see. So that I have to steal from this. Actually, yeah, okay. Copy? How did I figure this out? I figured out how to do this before. Let's see, add audio output capture. There we go. That's what I want, I think. Sorry, I can't actually set up this part while I'm away because it will only let me see this. Okay. Okay, let's see if you can hear this. I'll set up the visuals in a second. But can you hear the audio here? Okay, I think you should be able to hear the CTC theme, I think. Yes, audio. Okay, is it roughly balanced with my my volume? I promise move myself so I'm not right on top of Simon. That seems a bit aggressive. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I bet I can... I'm gonna ruin penpa slightly. There we go. Okay. Move the zeta over here. There we go. Maybe delightfully loud compared to you. Okay, let's see. I can... So you want me to soften the audio input, is what you're telling me. or sorry, soften the Simon video. Okay. All right. I'm going to start playing it now. And we will, yeah, apparently I zoom myself in way too much by comparison to Simon. Should I zoom myself out so I look more like Simon? Zach is here watching with me, but you can't see. All right. Let me know how the audio is. Let's try this.
Hello and welcome to Friday's edition of Cracking the Cryptic, where today we're going to be looking at the latest puzzle from the great Zetamath, which I think this is a sequel. It's called 20 Lines, and I'm almost sure in my memory somewhere shuffled around
Simon was too quiet.
The thought that I've done a puzzle by Zetamath called 10 Lines before.
Simon is, by the way, completely correct that that he did do 10 lines a while ago.
So this is presumably, I don't think there are 20 lines in this puzzle. I think it's because the lines have little sequences that add up to 20 rather than that there are 20 actual lines. But no, there can't be 20 lines in there. So yeah, I'll explain the rules.
So funny story, actually. So I set the puzzle 10 lines for Ranksk's 100th stream. So it's crazy now to think how long it must have been, given how long Ranksk was streaming before I was, that now I'm at 100 streams. But I set it for Ranksk's 100th stream, and the idea was that there would be 10 lines that would have this property, that they would be 10 lines, and that they'd have groups that added to 10. And my thought was, oh, well, 10 times 10 is 100. That'll be a cute way to do an homage to the 100th stream. For Ranksk. But then it turned out, just by process of setting it, it really worked better if I disconnected 2 of the lines. And so there ended up being 11 lines. And so then everyone who read the puzzle 10 lines would read the title 10 lines and then look at the grid and immediately count it and see that there were 11 lines in it. I think by coincidence there are also 11 lines in this puzzle, but it's not like almost 10. So I think it is less likely to confuse anyone.
They're really simple. It's a very, very elegant idea, this one. And I noticed on Logic Masters Germany, only 3 stars out of 5 for difficulty. So hopefully we'll be able to do it. We shall see. But I've got several things to tell you. The most important thing and the most incredible thing is what's going on our Kickstarter campaign. This is our campaign to create a new book, Cracking the Cryptic's Greatest Hits Volume 2. And well, we haven't been going with the campaign for very long. It's more than 24 hours, but less than 48 hours at this point, the point I'm recording this video. And we have already not only funded the basic amount of money that we needed to make the book at all, but we've blown through, I think, 3 stretch goals already. And this means the book is getting bigger and it's getting more stuff in it. And this is very, very exciting for Mark and I because, well, we're going to be able to make the book that we hoped we'd be able to make. And we've got all sorts of extra stretch goals as well that maybe you might be able to.
Ben, I can confirm because it is on the Kickstarter page. The Kickstarter page claims there are puzzles by me in the book. I do not know, or at least one puzzle by me in the book. It says puzzles by, and it lists a bunch of setters that are on the list. But I don't think I know anything more than you do about like what puzzles or anything like that. Although it's fun to imagine like what puzzles might be chosen and why, but I don't know.
Help us get to.
But I have to say, it is like one of the most exciting things that has ever happened to me, that I like found Cracking the Cryptic existed at all because of the Kickstarter for the first book. Like that was how I found that there were like actually videos. Like I was using the Cracking the Cryptic apps and enjoying them, the sandwich one in particular, but I didn't know that there were videos associated with it, and I only found out that there were videos associated with it because the app advertised the Kickstarter, and then I went to the Kickstarter, it's like, oh, I can watch these, and then, watched 6,000 videos of Simon and Mark solving Sudoku puzzles. So it feels like I've come full circle in a weird way, that, like, I discovered this through the first edition of this book, and now something I made is in the second edition of the book. It is just humbling and flattering and exciting and all of those things all at once. It's amazing and exciting for me.
Yeah, definitely check out the Kickstarter page. I'll try and remember to put a card on the screen right now. And there's also going to be a link under the video if you'd like to have a look at it. But yeah, to all those of you who've supported it so far, and I think there's getting on for 2,000 of you. Thank you so much. It really is terrific. Now, what else do I need to tell you? I need to congratulate many of you. I'm several days behind in terms of the correct answers to our duality Sudoku hunt over on Patreon. It was the October monthly reward. Mark said we would get 50 people who managed to solve all 14 puzzles. We have had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I mean, it is just fabulous solving, and very well done today to Brendan Wright, to Brennan Arsenault, Julie Bernhardt, Sarah Lamotte, or it could be Lamotta actually, I'm not sure, Cole Young, Yan T, John Rice, Jonathan Baker, Silvio Guishan maybe, John Andrew McCulloch, Sumidra, I think, somebody, Tim Patterson, sorry, somebody made me laugh, Michael Lieberman and Patrick Turner. Brilliant work, all of you. And today's birthday is Casey. It's your birthday today, and I know this because your best friend Shannon wrote to us and said that you absolutely love the channel. Well, we love the fact you love the channel, and we hope that you have a brilliant birthday today. Many happy returns, and hopefully many slices of cake are due to you. The only other news today is that I released a bonus video today. 10 o'clock UK time, I released myself solving Dave Gorman's latest puzzle. Dave Gorman is a very famous comedian here in the UK, extremely funny guy, but also very erudite, and he writes very good cryptic crosswords. And he tipped me the wink that there was a good one in The Independent yesterday, so I had a try of that. What he didn't tell me is it features the most offensive clue I've ever read in my life. And when I got to that clue, I was somewhat nonplussed as to what to do with it. So, yeah, if you want to see that, do have a look at it. I will warn you, the clue is incredibly smelly. And Maverick is doing a fly past as... Yeah.
I mean, if ever there was a good advertisement for watching the Simon Cryptic video, I do love Simon and Mark's Cryptic videos. I have not seen it yet, but David also thinks it is good. So I look forward to watching that one later.
With clockwork precision every time I turn on the webcam. But let's have a look at zetamath's puzzle now, and I'll read you the rules of this one. They are as follows. Normal Sudoku rules apply. That means we've got to put the digits 1 to 9 in every box, every column, and every row once each. Cells separated by a black dot must contain digits with a 1 to 2 ratio, i.e. one of the digits is double the other. So on this dot here, imagine that cell was a 2. Then this cell, it could be a 1 because 2 is double 1, or it could be a 4 because 4 is double 2. We just have to make sure that one of the digits is double the other one, and then we're good to go. Not all black dots.
It's funny how often, and like I did this meme rister video and this came up, but it comes up all the time that people debate like what the best disambiguator is, and I love using black dots as disambiguators if it comes up or whatever. This particular grid has a black dot as the disambiguator, and it was the only disambiguator I could do without putting like 2 given digits in the grid that would have been like really mucking around with various other sorts of things. So I was... But I felt a bit sheepish about doing it after so much discussion about my use of black dots as disambiguators, but it was the only one that worked, and I was delighted that I could make the black dot symmetric and everything.
Are necessarily given. Okay, so that's telling us that it's perfectly possible for these 2 digits to be in a 1 to 2 ratio, for example. Just because there isn't a black dot doesn't mean we can assume that these are not in a 1 to 2 ratio. Now, here's the 20-bit. So it says the lines in the grid are 20 lines. Each line can be broken into 1 or more strings of digits which sum to 20. Digits may repeat freely on a 20 line and even within a sum. So, I don't know where to look here. Let's look at this line. What we're being told is that if we start at this end of the line, some sequence of digits along the line will sum to 20. I'm not actually sure if that whole line can sum to 20. I doubt it. Actually, maybe it can. But yeah, so imagine those cells summed to 20.
Spoilers, Simon.
Then those cells could sum to 20. But we have to split each of the lines into strings that sum to 20. So what I don't think we're allowed to do is to say, imagine those are 20 and those only add up to 7. That's not allowed. Good grief, Maverick's getting lower and lower. It's positively a fly pass. I'm so sorry if you can hear that. I certainly can. Do have a go at the puzzle. Zetamath puzzles are always an absolute joy, and we've featured some wonderful puzzles the last few days, so this should be absolutely pleasure-giving. The way to play is to click the link under the video as usual. Now I get to play. Let's get cracking. Now, there are certain things I can see immediately here. For example, that little string of digits, and that little string of digits, and that little string of digits. Oh, yeah, okay, so let's generalize immediately. How many digits do you need to make a 20 sum? And the answer to that is I don't know, but it's definitely not 2 digits, because if you had 2 digits only, they could only add up to, well, I suppose 18 in theory if they were diagonally crossing a line. I don't know if you can have diagonal lines in this. Can't see any diagonal lines crossing a boundary though. So the maximum those 2 digits could add up to, for example, would be 17 if they were 8 and 9. So this line must just be a continuous sequence of stuff that adds up to 20, because we can't split it into.
You know, funnily enough, Jay mentions that you could do it in 2 with doublers. The reason I originally went with 20 when I sat down to do this was I was thinking, well, I could do a 10-line puzzle with doublers, but then I realized immediately that that was a terrible idea because you could never double like a 7 on a 10-line. So I was like, we'll make it 20 lines and then we'll do that with doublers. But then I figured out the break into the puzzle and then I was happy and it didn't use doublers at all. And then the rest of the puzzle got set and no doublers appeared at any point in the puzzle. So that's the background
2
story.
Sequences that could individually add up to 20. And the same must be true of this line. The same must be true of this line. So basically, whenever we have a 4-cell sequence or even less, we can just start like labeling these as 20 lines, a single 20 line. Right, okay, that's run dry fairly swiftly, hasn't it? So maybe we do the secret, do we, on this box? That's the next thing that's shouting at me here. What do I mean by the secret? Well, the secret is something I only tell my favourite people. But if you're watching this video, you're definitely one of those people. So I'm going to tell you the secret, but keep it to yourself. The secret is that any complete box of a Sudoku, indeed any complete row, any complete column, because of the rules of Sudoku, will sum to 45. And that's because it will be the digits 1 to 9 once each. And the triangular number for 9 is 45, i.e. what is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9. So, if this box adds to 45, but those cells add to 20, these cells sum to 25, but we have to start a sequence from here that's going to add to 20, don't we? So we know that within this box there is some sequence of digits starting from here that adds to 20, and then some rump of digits that add to 5, because we know that the box, because we know those 5 digits sum to 25, there's a subset of digits which could either be 3 digits or 4 digits that add up to 20. So this could be a 5 on its own, or if that 3-cell sequence sums to 20, those 2 digits are adding up to 5. So all we've learned from this, I think, is that this digit is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It's either an individual 5 or it's part of a dyad or a domino that adds to 5. I have a feeling I'm supposed to know which of those is possible. Can that be a 5? Maybe that's the question. If that's a 5, it's part of a sequence Well, then there's a 4-cell sum there adding to 20, and this is part of a new sequence. Ah, okay, but the column adds up to 45 as well. Hang on, what's going on here? I think I've already reached a contradiction here. There's something weird going on in this column. Ah, okay. All right, let's do it the other way round. Because this column also benefits from the secret. It sums to 45.
I do anticipate that this video might set a record for the number of times Simon has to explain the secret within the solve of a single puzzle, because it shows up over and over and over again through the puzzle.
Now, because we have to be able to split this 45 into 2 sequences, from the bottom there's going to be a sequence that adds to 20, and then another sequence that adds to 20, and then a rump of some size that adds up to 5 to make the column add up. That rump, well, what we can say immediately is we can't have that being a sequence to 20 and that being a sequence of 20, because that would imply those 6 digits add up to 40, and then these 3 digits would have to add up to 5. That's not possible, because 1 plus 2 plus 3 is already 6. So either our 40, our 2 sequences of 20 take up, let's think about colours here, take up those cells. I hate that colour. Let's go purple. I don't like that colour either. I can't see the grey lines very well, even with my new glasses.
I hate that colour.
I'll try grey. So if these added up to 40, these would add up to 5. But then, yeah, okay, that's quite interesting as regards that cell, I think. But this isn't the only possibility here. Oh, the other possibility is that this is a 5. Oh, okay. Right. So perhaps the whole point of this, I think these cells, right, I think there's a few things going on. It's not easy to, at least not easy for me to understand this. But if this is a 7-cell sequence adding to 40, those 2 digits add up to 5. That's possibility number 1. But remember that this domino is part of a sequence here that adds up to 20. And if they're adding up to 5, those 2 cells add up to 15. And this is the point, I think, because if this was an 8-cell sequence adding up to 40, then again, to make the column work, we put 5 here. But this stub here is always adding up to 5 of this one's 20. So this stub, this domino, is always adding up to 15. So these 2 squares are 6, 7, 8, or 9. Now, the other thing I think is true is that the 5 in this column is either here or here, but that might be wrong. And that's because if this is a 7-cell sequence adding up to 20, then if we return to the mathematics of box 1, we've got 20 here, then we've got 20 there, so this is just an individual 5. But if this is an 8-cell sequence adding up to 40, then that's got to just be 5 in the column. So there is a 5 in one of those 2 cells. But the point, I think, is that this is always adding up to 15. Aha.
Yeah, I think Dog says it right. I think Simon is here trying to simultaneously do 2 steps in the puzzle. Just the first time that Simon did a puzzle on a day I was streaming was Distinction. And there are sort of like 2 first steps that are complicated in Distinction. And then Simon found a complicated way to combine the 2 steps using set. And I was watching it and I was just jaw-dropping, figuring out exactly the way he figured out to do it. It was very cool.
Oh, that's very, very, very cute. Because I seem to be on the lookout for symmetry at the moment, especially after that puzzle yesterday. But isn't that exactly the same? Yes. Yes. Okay, this line is just now I've understood how these lines work, I think I can explain the logic a bit more quickly. This column adds up to 45. So some sequence of digits starting here add up to 40, and some stub of digits at the top add up to 5. Therefore, the line overall adds up to 60. There isn't enough room for it to add up to 80 because we know that we need at least 3 cells to add up to 20 each time. So we're always going to be getting here at least. So, but the stub at the top of this column adds up to 5. So these 2 digits add up to 15, and they pair off with that. So there is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the top row. And that makes me think this is under pressure, but maybe that's wrong. So the maximum size of this now is 3, 4, 5, adding up to 12. So this is 8 or 9. That's forced. And this can't be 5, I want to say, because, yeah, okay, let's think about the... I think we're in binary land in terms of these top blue cells here. Because if I max them out, I get 3, 4, 5, and this is an 8. The only other way that this sequence can add up to 20 is if this is 2, 4, 5, and this is a 9. So there's always a 4, 5 on this line. And therefore that can never be a 5. Now I think I said there was a 5 in one of those 2 cells. Yes, okay, the way to think about this is to say, well, now the sequence up this column that adds up to 40 doesn't take in this cell. Because if it did, that would be a 5 by maths to make the column add up to 45. So this is a 7-cell sequence. And then it's weird the way the logic reverses, because that being the case, we now know that adds up to 20. 20 plus 20 is 40, so this is forced to be 5 to make the box add up. This is just zetamath, just flexing on us as usual. It's just so clever. Right, so those add up to... One of these is a 5 now by sudoku. And if that's important, it's absolutely outrageous of zetamath to do sudoku puzzle this early on. There's definitely a 1 in one of those 2 cells, which is shrieking X-wing at me. Okie dokie, what can we do with this? If anything at all. I don't know. I'm struggling, actually.
Simon is very much replicating my building process. This is so far... the order the clues went into the grid is the 2 L's on the sides that he looked up first. This one across the top that he then looked at. Then this one over here to place that 5. And then this one to use the 5. So he's so far looked at exactly basically the clues that I placed first. So this is really what you like to see is someone do it. We'll see if he does the... there's a step I had over here that I really liked that several people sort of found a way around. That I'm curious if he's going to do it the way that I had envisioned it, or if he's going to do it the other way. We'll see. Kodak did it in a completely different order, as is Kodak's tradition.
So I focused on this side, but maybe I should actually focus...
Kodak solves vignettes by starting with the Renban puzzle, so Kodak is amazing in terms of Kodak's ability to, like, decipher a little giant logical puzzle in different ways.
Focus on this side. Yeah, okay, we know these digits add up to 15. So, if this is a 3-cell sum adding to 20, that digit is a 5, but we know it can't be. So this is a 4-cell sequence adding up to 20, and the corollary of that... Oh, I've chosen the wrong colour again. I want to choose yellow. What's going on? Totally lost my army there. So this is a 4-cell sequence adding up to 20, and that can't be a 5, because if it's a 5, that would be a 0. So 5 is on this line, which means these 2 squares add up to 15, which is right, okay. So that gives me a whole plethora of 6s, 7s, 8s and 9s in box number 3. So these other digits are 1s, 2s, 3s and 4s in some order. And we know that's not 4, so we know this isn't 1, because we know these two add up to 5. Ah, okay, but we can do better than that. This pair of digits here, let's label these with a letter. That pair of digits adds up to 15. But that means this pair of digits adds up to 15. Because these digits together add up to 30. And if that's a 6 or a 9, that's got to be the counterpart to that adds up to 15. So this is 6 or 7. And that means that this, because this adds up to 15, that is also a B digit. Let me go back to letters again. And therefore it is high. So this, whoopsie. So now we know that those two digits are the same. And B lives in one of those cells at the bottom of the grid by sudoku. And actually this is a B pair, isn't it, by sudoku now? Because this is an A pair adding to 15, and those add up to 15, so they must be B. Must be B. Right, these digits are adding up to 5 now, because we can't put 5 into this square. And this can't be a 4 again, so this can't be a 1 again. So I've got sort of a 1, 2, 3 triple here. I've got... Well, what else have we got then? This digit.
I actually, I'm famously not a fan of the letter tool most of the time. I have stolen from Simon using the letter tool to mark relationships between digits, because there's not an easy way to do that otherwise. So saying things like, these two digits are the same parity, Simon does by putting a P in those cells. I really like that, so I've taken to doing that. But I'm a big fan of using the pen tool and the color tool whenever possible, particularly in gross, horrible combinations.
The B digit that's 8 or 9 has to go in one of those cells now by sudoku. I'm going to label that up in case that's somehow important. Okay, sorry, I'm sputtering or spluttering to a halt now, aren't I? I want to say that... Well, what do I want to say? I mean, how long is this string of digits? That might be a sensible question. The problem is that I think this could be quite a lot of digits.
So if you want the insight to the setter from the setter side of view, this is the point where I spent a lot of time staring, because I asked the question, is this going to be 3 or 4 digits? And it took me a long time to figure out, what clue do I add to answer the question, is this going to be a 3 cell sum or a 4 cell sum? And I'm really happy with the answer I figured out, but it took me a really long time to figure out how to give that answer by giving a 20-line clue.
I mean, because that could be a 3 or a 4, and that would allow this to be a 3-cell sequence, or it could be it could be 1, 2, 3 or 4, and it could be a 4-cell sequence. It can't be a 5-cell sequence, because we can't fit another 20 into the column there in just 2 cells. So this is either 3 or 4 cells. So if it was 4 cells, then those would add up to 20. And then those would add up... Okay, that doesn't work. Right, this is not 4 cells, because then that cell has to be a 15, I think, or a -5, depending on how you want to slice up your 20s. But let me explain. because we know those 7 cells add up to 40, if I make those add up to 20, these add up to 20 now. By maths, we therefore know these add up to 25 because of the secret. But if these add up to 25, what do we make that in order to make this sort of 0 modulo 20? Well, we've got to put 15 into that cell. That's not going to work. So actually, this needs to be a 4-cell sequence. I'll make it green. And this needs to be a 3-cell sequence, which I will make blue again, because I can see the blue against the grey line. So this is a 3 or a 4 now, because if it's 1 or 2, this can't be high enough. Oh, I see where this is going. This is beautiful. It's such clever setting, this, because it's a very simple idea, and yet it keeps giving some stuff. This is 3 or 4, so now this is 7, 8, or 9. Whoopsie. But the critical thing is there's a 9 in here, because if this was 7, 8, this would have to be a 5, and it can't be. So if that's got a 9 in it, that's now an 8. And therefore, and we know those two added up to, well, we know those are the same, and we know these two add up to 15, so that's a 7. So now A is 6, 9, and B is 7, 8. And this line adds up to 12 now, so it's not got 2 on it anymore. That's 3, 4, 5. And now we get, okay, so we get a 1, 2 pair in the wings. These dominoes add up to 5 each time. So that's a 3, 4 domino in row 2. Well, not domino, unless we view the grid as a torus, which of course we can do occasionally if we're slightly mad. Those 2 squares are a 3, 4 pair. Not really in a domino. Now, what does that mean then? So now, oh no. Well, I now know this has got 6 and 9 on it, but there's a 6.
It's funny because the way I thought about this box 6 stuff is just different than the way Simon thought about it. I mean, it's ultimately equivalent, but my way of thinking about it was this cell was pencil marked as 8, 9, so this couldn't be a 3, because then that would put 3, 8, 9s in the box. And Simon has gone about it the other way, so he's going to end up there, sort of end up getting there by going backwards from this 8 is going to give me a 7, 9 into a 4, which is, of course, like, they're not that different, but it's just, he's thinking about these digits in a very different order than I thought about them.
6, 9 here, so I don't... What was... B was this digit, wasn't it? So 8 is now on this line. I might get rid of the B moniker there because that's confusing me. It looks too much like an 8. Let's get rid of the B moniker there. 7 is in one of those cells, in case that's going to matter. This square is a 1 or a 2 because it can't be 3 or 4 because of this pair here. Oh, I see. Look, no, this 8 gives me those digits, so they're now a 7, 9 pair. This is now a 4. That's a 3, that's a 2, so that's a 1 and that's a 4. Good grief. That's a 1 by Sudoku. Wow. Okay, that's very surprising.
I like
so
zeta
now
path.
This is 2, 3, 6, 9. 2, 3, 6, 9, and they are not 3 bobbins. It looked like that was going to go, didn't it? But it didn't want to. So instead of that, let's get rid of our B's down here. I don't think we need that now. We can replace that with an 8 pencil mark. And we know those digits add up to 20, and they are 1, 5, 6, and 8, I think. And that can't be 8. 1, 5, 6, and 8 do add up to 20, so that is not as mysterious as I first thought. And our heavy doping, our heavy dollop of logic sauce that we're applying to the puzzle is making it taste rather good.
Simon's way with words always amazes me.
Where is the next break-in going to be available? That's the question. 20. How many 20s are on this sort of deep fat fryer here. Well, okay, it's 2 20s, isn't it? Because those 6 cells must add up to 21 at least. So there's not 120 on this. And it can't be... No, it can't be 3 20s because we'd need at least 9 cells for 3 20s. So this is 2 20s, so it's 40. And that's 20. Oh, that's it. Right, that's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Right, so let's consider these 11 cells together. Knowing these add up to 40 and these add up to 20, so that's 60 overall, which means these cells must add up to 15 because we know those cells add up to 45. And if these add up to 15, what on earth can we put in here that's going to make that work? Well, the only thing is 6, and the only thing that can be is 9. Because if we put anything lower than 6 here, we're going to have a higher number than 9 here. So all of a sudden, this column is... Wow. Okay. And quite excitingly, this line now has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on it, adding up to 15. So this huge line is a 20 line. Those add up to 5, which means they're 1, 2, 3, or 4. There's no 1 in these cells. Therefore, there's a 1 in one of those cells. Maverick flies past again.
You can have it when I'm done with it, Ben.
Which is quite exciting, but I don't quite know what that means, unfortunately. What else could we do here? We can argue that this 9, is that somehow doing divine work in boxes 2 or 5? It doesn't seem to want to. 1, 5, and 8 here. So okay, so 7 is in one of those cells. Okay, that's important, because now this, starting from this side of this line, how do we make 20? And the answer is not in 4 cells, because if that's a 4-cell sequence, it's got 9 and 7 on it, so the other 2 digits would have to be 1 and 3, and 1 is unavailable. So this is a 3-cell sequence adding up to 20. So that, you know, that can be 4, 7. Can't be 3, 8. I was about to say it can't be 2, 9, but that's assuming that... No, it can be... we can repeat numbers on lines, can't we? So this is either... Oh, it's got loads of options, actually. Although... I say that, there's a 5 in one of these cells I've just seen by Sudoku, so this is not 5, 6. So this is either 4, 7, or it's 9, and the 9 would have to go there with a 2 here. Now that's... I don't know if that's possible or not. Maybe that is possible. That would...
So here's another insight into setting, if you've not done this before. I'm looking at this as I'm setting. I realize that this can be 4-7 or it can be 2-9. If it's 4-7, that does not put a lot of digits into the grid. And I'm very cognizant as I'm setting this that I'm worried that the puzzle's not going to actually have a unique solution. So I very, very much want this to work out to be 2-9, because that puts 2 digits in the grid and then sort of fills in a bunch of the rest of the column. And so a lot of this was like very carefully dancing around the grid, trying to figure out, how do I put in clues that tell me that this is 2-9? And I kept finding ways to tell me it was 4-7, but telling me it was 4-7 but not which order was not really very helpful. So there was a lot of like, I know I want this to be 2-9. How on earth do I make that happen as I was sort of juggling through this?
Make this a 6, which would... No, okay, maybe that's possible. I'm not sure. Oh dear. Okay. So this is all ground to rather a halt, hasn't it? We shall look at...
Listen to Florian. Look at column 2 and 6.
What's going on in the first column now? I've got the 5 here. So those cells add up to 40. So these cells add up to 35. So I can work out, can I, what that adds up to?
There we go. Perfect.
And therefore what that adds up to. Yeah, okay, so 35. Right, that is instantly surprising to me, actually. If we take those cells, I'm going to allow myself the use of purple here. In fact, I'm going to get rid of the grey.
Allow myself the use of purple, even after saying he hated it earlier.
That's terrible. I just can't see it. I can't. I'm so sorry. I'm going to use red instead. I know those cells add up to 35. Now, I thought this was going to be a 60 line. But if that was a 60 line, 60 plus 35 is already 95. But this is 2 complete boxes of Sudoku in the red. And we know 2 complete boxes of Sudoku adds up to 90. So this is not a 60 line. It must be less than 60, but it's at least 21, because those must add up to at least 21. So it's 40, this line. So this is 40. That's 35. That's 75, which means that little domino adds up to 15. And that's beautiful, because it's not 7, 8. So that's got to be 6, 9, which gives me a 2 here, a 3 here by Sudoku, and a 6, 9 pair here. So there's a 6.
I do absolutely hate arithmetic as a big thing in puzzles, so I tried to minimize that in this puzzle, and part of how I minimized that was by using the fact that these 2 L's at the very beginning force these 2 15 sums into the grid, to sort of percolate through the grid over and over again the use of the 15 sums, because 15 sums are not so hard arithmetically. And so you even have this 15 here. So you only occasionally in this puzzle have to interact with numbers that aren't multiples of 5.
9. Right, that looks interesting. There's a 6, 9 pair on this line that I've somehow got to deal with in terms of the 5 here. In fact, I'm now seeing that can't be 6. So there is... Right, so...
Okay, so I should note here, because I've watched a number of people solve this, or seen screenshots of people solving it, and almost no one does this. In my mind, the second that you filled in this, my goal was that you would then say, so what do these 4 cells sum to? And then that would tell you something huge. But in my experience, looking at it, almost no one, except I think Demano did, but almost no one, once they filled this in, then thought, okay, so now I know the sum of these 4. So I think a lot of people sort of get around to it eventually, but I was thinking that was going to be the very natural thing to do after you knew that.
So hang on, let's get rid of our reddening on this side of the grid and just think about how this is working. So this is at least a 3-cell sequence. Now, yeah, this is lovely. It's absolutely lovely. Again, this is really weird, but if this was a 4-cell sequence, it's incorporating the 6 and 9 that we know are in this string. So 5, 6, and 9 is already 20, so the other digit in that sequence would be a 0, and that doesn't work. So it must be a 3-cell sequence adding up to 20, but we know that's got a 6 in it, so it must be the 6 and the 9. So the 9 gets shunted out of row 6, column 1, and pushed instead into this sequence. So now I've got 9s aligning, look, in rows. Well, you can see this, the 9 is in this domino in box 4 and in this domino in box 6, which means that the 9 must be in one of those 3 cells in box 5, and it's not in this cell. So these squares have got to be 2, 3, 7, and 8 by the column, and 2, 3, 7, and 8 do indeed add up to 20, so that suggests we're not on the wrong path there. And we've got, well, what I'm seeing with this domino adding up to 15 is that I can't, these are not in the same 20 sum. Because if they were, how would we split the line up? If we go 6, 9 here in the same sum, and then we extend this way, we'd have to take all 3 of those cells, and these 3 cells would add up to at least 6 with 1, 2, and 3. And 6 plus 15 is 21. And the same is true if we come down this way, because we can never leave a rump of 1 or 2 cells here. We've always got to leave a rump of at least 3 cells to allow a 20-sum to be formed. So this must be like that. That is a group of cells. And this must be like that. That's a group of cells. Which probably...
I might now have the record for most times Simon has said rump during a solve of one of your puzzles.
Do I know what this line adds up to? Well, those cells add up to 40 minus 15, which is 25. So if that's a 9, then these 6 cells add up to 25. These add up to 20, which would make them 5, 7, and 8, which would be hugely powerful because they could only put one of those digits on a black dot, so that would be an 8. So why can't this be a 9? And do I know what this sort of wine glass shape adds up to? More like a cocktail glass, actually.
Leave it to Simon to see a wine glass in that.
I presume it's 40. If it's 20, is that really possible? These 6 cells would add up to 21 minimum. So if I max these out with 3 and 4, this would be 1,
recommend
2,
maxing
5,
those two,
6
Simon.
minimum, which is 14, and this could be 1, 2. I don't believe it. That works. I bet you this is a 20 line, which would make these digits very big, but it looks like they might be able to be very big. What's going on in this row? I've got to put 2 on this line, actually. Because there's no 2 being placed in the column yet. So this is either 2, 6, 8. So 2, 6, and 8 are 16. And that would be a 4. That looks quite tricky. This might scupper this line being a 20 line, if this has to be a low digit. Yes, okay. If this is a 9, if this is a 9 on the line, on the other hand, we've got 2, 8, and 9, which is 19, which makes this a 1. So this is 1 or 4. And now I've got so many cells here. So I've got the minimum value of those 7 cells is 28, the triangular number for 7. And if I max these out to minimize these, I could make these 2, 3, and 4. That would be the maximum I could put on these. So this would be 1, 5, 6, and 7, which is 19. And I can't make those 3 digits add up to 1. So this is a 40 line. That's what we've just learned. So now I can do other maths. When I say other maths, I mean...
So yeah, the getting this to be a 1 or a 4, that was the thing I needed to get all of this to work out how I wanted. Because this being 1 or 4 exactly, by miracle I don't understand at all, but just this line happens to make this a 1 or a 4, tells you that this is a 2 or a 3, which is eventually how you end up ruling 4 off of this line. But that was sort of, that was the thing I needed to eventually get this. That was the last big insight, was getting this to be a 1 or a 4, so it would force everything else.
Sort of box 5, box 8 maths is what I want to do now. So I've got 25 here. I've just worked out this is a 40 line. So that's 65. That's a 5 domino. That's 70.
Oh, now he remembers
that
adds to 5.
That's 79. And the 2 boxes together add up to 90. So these 2 cells add up to 11. That can't be a 1, or that would be a 10. So that's a 4. That's a 7. This is just magnificent, isn't it? It's so clever. Oh, this is beautiful as well. Look, that's a 4, and that domino adds up to 5. It's not a 1-4 pair. That's a 2-3 pair, which means that is a 5 just by sudoku. So, oh, no, okay. Those digits now add up to 16, right? So there is a 6 on this line. This is 2, 6, 8, which means that has become a 9. That's become a 6. These squares are now known. They are 1, 7, 9, I want to...
A note, because several people in chat are talking about it, the fact that you know that all the cells that aren't on clues have to add to something mod 20, because you can know that the whole grid is 9 times 45 mod 20, whatever that is. Interestingly, I didn't use that at all when I was setting it. I used it at the end to check that my grid looked right. But I didn't actually at any point use the fact that you could sum the things off of lines. But, I mean, it made sense to me, and I was aware people might do it. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
To say, that can't be 7 or 9, so that's a 1. And... okie dokie. What that means is the following, he says, without actually having a clue what it's going to mean. I'm sure it means something. It means that's not a 7. It means that's not a 4. Okay, this is grasping at straws now. 1. This row needs 1, 6, 7, and 9. So that little cell is just 1 or 7, look. Oh, yes. Hang on. That must suffer from the same fate, doesn't it? As it sees a 6-9 pair in the box. Yes. Yes. So the way to think about this, if you're not being slow like I am, is to say, where does that digit go in row 4? And because it can't go in those 3 cells, and it's a 6 or a 9, it can't go in any of those cells. The only cell it can go in is those. So they must both be 9s, which makes that 6 and that 7. And now this is a 1-7 pair. Oh, okay, which does absolutely nothing somehow. Oh dear.
For a long time in setting this little line over here was like a U that put a 6-9 pair down there, or a U that put a 7-8 pair up here. It took me a long time to sort of stumble upon this exact shape, putting the 6-9 pair vertically, looking at the 7-8 pair to sort of resolve stuff.
Oh dear, come on.
This is a much more interesting live reaction video than usual, because I set this puzzle 3 days ago, so I kind of remember what the setting process was like, rather than like watching him solve it and being like, what did I intend? What was the next step? How did I think about this?
I don't know what this means. I'm very sorry. I've got that feeling that I'm being shouted at in the future now. But I don't quite know where it is I'm meant to be looking to sort of untangle the next bit of stuff. Is it this column?
There we go. Look at that column. Come on, please.
I'm not convinced, but I'm going to check it out. These squares have got to be 1, 4, 5, 7, or 8. But these can't be 1 or 7, can they? For the same reason that these were knocking 6 and 9 out of those squares. That one, can we do it any better than that? I don't think I can. So how do we make a 20 sum starting
there
in
we
this
go.
cell?
That's the question.
It's got to be at least 3 cells. So it could be 7, 8, 5. That would seem to be what it's... Oh, no, it can't. No, it can't be 7, 8, 5. That would break that cell. Oh, so this is at least 4 cells then. Ah, okay. So what the way to think about this probably is just to pick a number here. If that's 8, this sequence of digits is 1, 4, 5, 7. And 1, 4, 5 and 7 add up to 17. Which would mean that would have to be a 1. And that would have to be a 2 to make 20. And that, I was about to say, that can't possibly work. So is that really true? That could be a 6-cell sequence adding up to 20. I can't see why that...
This is the origin story of this line. So just from this column, you can sum the 6 and 9 is 15. That's 5. So that's 20. And then this is 7 or 8, which means that this is not getting to 20. It's only getting to 17 or 18, which means you have either 2 or 3 over here. And so what this ridiculous line does is to make it so this cell can't be 2 or 3, but it's part of a sum of cells that's adding to 2 or 3. So therefore it's a 1, and the thing below it has to be a 2 immediately. And then that basically is going to percolate and destroy the whole grid. That was sort of, this line was rigged specifically to force that exact interaction, that this cell was going to have to be a 1.
Breaks. I'm sure it breaks for a very simple reason. I just can't see what it is. Okay, all right. So what if this is 7 on the other hand? This is this is 1, 4, 5, 8 now, which is that just doesn't work at all. Oh, good grief! So it is a 6-cell sum because it just doesn't work. If you put 8 in this sequence, you get 18 for those cells, 1, 4, 5, and 8. And then what do you put here? You could put the 1 in, but then you'd have to put another 1 in to get it to 20, and that won't work. So we must have a 7 down here, which means that's an 8. That's a 7. We can take 8 out of these. This is 1. Now this needs to be 1, and that's going to be huge, because that has to be 2. And that has to be 7 by sudoku, therefore. This is a 4-5 pair, so that becomes a 1, which means that's not a 1. This square's not a 2, so this is a 3 or an 8 apparently. That's not, these are not 3s over here. And what's that do? What's that done? I mean, that must have done something profound. What about these digits at the bottom of this column then? They've got to be 3, 4, 5 and 8. And I'm saying, aren't I, that those added up to 20, so these need to add...
You're actually backwards, Ben. What's true is every 10 lines puzzle is also a 20 lines puzzle, but 20 lines puzzles are not necessarily also 10 lines puzzles. So you can see here, for example, this line does not work as a 10 line.
Add up to 20, and they do. 5, 8, 4, and 3 do add up to 20. These have to add up to 20. 2, 3... 7 and 8, they add up to 20 as well. Okay, this 2 is ruling itself out of those squares. Right.
Ambrose adds the important caveat that the thing I said only works if there's an even number of 10s on every 10 line.
So, what do I do now? Can we say anything useful at all about that digit? I don't quite know how to get a handle on this digit though. I can see I've got a 9 in one of these. If I put 9 here, is that breaking the world for some reason? Interestingly, if that's a 9... No, that doesn't break the world, I don't think.
Hey, Deverio.
I'm not seeing this at all, I'm afraid. Oh, right. Okay, let's not do that. Let's do something simpler then. Let's do, surprisingly enough, sudoku. Because I've just seen I've got to put 6 on this line and 8. And if that's true, can that be a 9? No. That's really cute the way that backfires as well, because let's imagine this is a 3-cell sequence adding up to 20. Well, it's got 6 and 8 on it, so the other digit will be a 6, and there'll be 2 6s and an 8, and that won't work. That extends it to 4 cells, this sequence. It must be 4 cells at least, and therefore it can't have 9 on it, because 6, 8 and 9 is already 23. And that shifts the 9 into this cell, which means that's 9 and that's 7. Yeah, and this was the thing I saw the other way round before, and I was about to announce it as something clever, but then realised I got the numbers the wrong way round. But look, where does 7 go in this box now? It can't go on a black dot because you can't put 14 or 3.5 on it. So that's 7. Oh, I was about to say that's 7, but that seems to have the ability to be 7 as well. Oh, okay, but let's abandon that thought. That's now 2 or 4, so that has to be 3. That does rather less than I was hoping. That's not 4. So this bottom digit is 6, 7 or 9, and okay, that might all be possible. 2, 4, 5. Okay, this is now...
Yeah, I think without the black dot, there's a mid-30s number of solutions. There's more than you can get with one given digit, and so it was sort of like I was just sort of frantically trying, like with the grid, to see like, is there anywhere that looks reasonable that I can put a black dot or put a given digit or whatever. But yeah, you can get it down to a sub 100 number of solutions without the black dot, and then it just all falls apart with the black dot.
A 4-cell sequence, isn't it? Because it can't possibly take that 7 in, or it'll add to 21. Without taking in 2 digits. So this is... Okay, so it's 1, 5, isn't it? That's the point. It's 6, 8, 1 and 5. Now, can we tidy any of that up? Well, we know that's not 6 or 8, so this is 1 or 5. We know that's not 1. We know... I don't know what else we know. Probably something. Oh, I tell you something I know. That's not a 9 now, because that would be 18.
Liam, are you saying you decided to try and do the puzzle using only the black dots and see how far you could get without using the lines? That seems like a good strategy.
And I'd have to double 1 this. So that's got to be 6. That's got to be 9. And these 2 cells add up to 5, and they're not 4, 1. That's beautiful. So this is 2, 3, which means that gives me a 5 at the top of the column. Knocks a 2 out of here, knocks a 5 out of here, knocks 5s out of there, so this becomes a 3, 4 pair. This column needs 1, 6 and 8 into that cell, but that doesn't seem to be under any pressure at all. Alright, hang on, so we know those 3 digits. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, these 3 digits add up to 20. I know that. No. Why does it keep playing with me? Right. If these add up to 20, and that's a 7, these add up to 13. They're not 4, 9, they're not 7, 8. So they are 5, 8. And therefore that square has become a 1. That square's not 5 or 8. That square's not 8. That square's not 8.
That's so exactly right, Jay.
Bottom here? Well, I see 1, 4 and 6, but that might... So that gets rid of 6 from here. Gives me a 7, 9 pair. So that's a 6 at the top of that column. That becomes a 9. There's all sorts of tidying up we can do along the bottom row, I think. Probably. This 5, 8 really didn't do as much as I was hoping it was going to. Oh, of course. Black dot. You can't put 5 on a black dot. That's got to be an 8. So that's a 5. That's a 4. Which is going to do... absolutely diddly squat, is it? I can see it's giving me an elimination or 2. Oh, the 4 is doing more work. That's giving me a 3 at the top, a 4 here, a 3, a 2, a 6, an 8, That makes that a 2. This is now not 6, so that's a 1-5 pair, which gives me a 6-8 pair here. And the 1 there is looking useful because that's going to disambiguate my 6-8 pair. And all of a sudden, he says, trying desperately hard to see what that means and failing, we make a bit more progress. But, oh look, that 9's been sitting there for ages looking at this 9-7. That's what I've been missing. So that's 9, that's 7. That's not 7 in the corner. That's now got to be a 2. So this line was a comedy line. Double 9-2 was its nature. That's giving us a 4, a 1 and a 2 here. So a 4 and a 5 and a 5 and a 1. And slowly but surely this 2 is now lovely. That gives me a 2 and a 3. So we can knock 3 and 2 in fact out of these. Oh, hang on. We're left with rather too many things. That seems to have to be 8, which gives us the 8 and the 3. Let's knock 8s out of these squares. So these are a 3, 4, 5 triple. Somehow unresolved. So that becomes 2. That becomes 7. This 8 gives us the 8 and the 5 over on this side, which gives me the 4, the 3, and the 5 here. That has to be, I was about to say a 1. I was like, I've already got a 1. That's no good. 3, and hopefully this is a 4-6 pair. 4 and 6. That looks good from the column and the rows perspective. Let's click tick. Yay. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, as usual, from Zetamath. Just stunning puzzle and stunning execution. And, you know, there's strangenesses to be had all over the grid. This line adding up to 20 was a strangeness. This 992 line, that line adding up to 20 was weird, or that string adding up to 20 was weird. Yes, it's sort of a puzzle replete with oddity. And it was very much fun. I hope you had a go. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks for watching. We'll be back later with another edition of Cracking the Cryptic.
Thank you, Simon. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, people in chat talking about Jörgmunder, the one line puzzle from Jay Dyer that I feel like has like ruined me, because I keep trying to set a version of that with 10 lines or 20 lines or something, and it always fails spectacularly. But glad that Simon enjoyed the puzzle, and that many people in chat, thank you for your kind words. I was really happy with how this puzzle turned out. It did that. Yeah, yeah, Jörgmunder is definitely one of those puzzles. It's one of those puzzles that's on a short list of puzzles that I really regret watching Simon solve before I solved it myself, because it's like, oh, this looks cool, I'll watch it, and then being like, oh, that was so cool, I really should have solved that one myself first. But then it's too late. There you go. That'll be perfect for you, Jay. The I Ruin People t-shirt. Perfect. The other one that I really wish I'd solved that I watched Simon solve is Balanced Loop by Glipperl, because that's one of the coolest puzzles I feel like I've seen. And I just watched Simon do it and was like, oh, wow, that's such a cool idea. And then but I watched Simon do it. Alrighty. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back and we'll solve more puzzles. So hang out. If you're new and you're coming here because of the watch party or whatever, feel free to hang out and subscribe. Please like the stream if you haven't yet liked the stream. It really does help people find it. And I'll be back shortly. So see you all in just a minute. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, I see what I did wrong. 1 second. There we go. That should look better now. Alrighty. So we have a cogito puzzle next up. So this is a region sum line negator puzzle. So we have normal sudoku rules. We have digits along a... So these are region sum lines. I think Simon did this, but I mean, we just watched Simon do another puzzle, so it makes sense. So these are region sum lines. So the way that it works is if you highlight these puzzles in groups... Simon hates this color, I have learned now. So if you highlight these in groups by the box they go through, then you get the same sum in every box. Oh, I need to recenter my camera. I don't know how I moved, but I can recenter my camera. 1 moment. Sorry, that's my mic. I don't need to recenter my mic. Please hold. We will recenter the zeta. Now I will always pan the wrong way first. Oh, I got it right the first try this time. I think that looks good. I'll take that. Yeah, acceptable. So one thing about streaming, you spend a lot more time looking at yourself than you're used to. So these are, so that's how region sum lines work. But in this puzzle, we also have the bonus of negators. And the way negators work is that if a cell is negated, then it actually counts for negative its value. So, for example, if this were, and I was actually going to say 7, but 7 doesn't seem right. If this were an 8, then this cell would actually count, instead of as a +8, it would count as a -8. And so whatever this total was, you'd subtract 8 from it before you got there. And then you need to put 1 8 in every row, column, or sorry, not 1 8. I mean, you do have to put 1 8 in every row, column, and box. That's true, but that's not the thing I was trying to say. You have to put 1 negator in every row, column, and box. And the digits in the negator cells have to be all different. So there's 9 negators, 1 of each, 1 through 9. I have no idea where to put a betting tree for this. Does anyone have any suggested betting trees who has done this previously? Something like this looks tempting to me. Row 7, column 7. I'm not sure that I believe Jay. I'm not sure if Jay is serious that this would be a good betting tree. It would be very profitable, perhaps. It could be -6, so that's true. I don't know. It's not a negator. Oh, hey, Cogito. Do you have a remembered betting tree for this, Cogito? I am looking forward to this one. I think it should be a lot of fun. So, row 5, column 2. Alrighty. So, first thing I note is that this cell tells me that these cells have a single-digit sum. Okay, maybe, and so that's interesting. I also know this isn't negative. I do know that, right? Yeah, because the absolute minimum that these could sum to is 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + -9, which is 1. That's still positive. This cell's also not negative for the same reason. And now also because that sum is the same as these aren't negative either. But you get to actually say that these can't all be positive, because if these were all positive, my sum would not be a single-digit number. So one of these 5 cells, including possibly the givens, is negative, which means that these are not negative because you only get 1 negator for the box. Also, in this box, the same is true. If I added these 5 digits together with no negator, that wouldn't work. So I need a negator in there. So there's no negator not in there. And now, I think I definitely need a negator in here, right? This is 7 cells, so the minimum sum of 7 cells is 28. If I don't use a negator here, and that's even not counting the 2, good lord. Okay, we're gonna, I think, know what the negated digit is in this box shortly. So certainly if I don't use a negator here, I'm completely dead. So, sorry. So I need to use a negator there. So I'm not using a negator here. But actually, what is the actual minimum in this box? Because it's actually, it's 45 minus 11, right? The absolute minimum I could make these would be if I chose 2 and 9 as the 2 digits not on here. Oh, sorry. No, it's not. It's more complicated than that. I would need to take the... Okay, so the minimum is if I take these to be 2 and 8, and I make the 9 negative. So that would take effectively 19 off of this line. And so I would get 45 minus 19, which sounds like 26. That can't be right. What did I screw up? Oh, because I need to subtract the 9 twice. Right. Okay. So when I learned this from dad jokes the other day. When I need to take off the negator from the 45, I need to subtract it off twice. So actually, and I now feel I've done this in a way that is way more complicated than just writing out the minimum things on these, but whatever. I take off 2 and 8 and 18, because I'm taking off 9 twice. That's 28. So the minimum sum of these digits is 45 minus 28. Which sounds like 17, actually. So the minimum sum of these is 17, I believe. So let me just write this out and let's double check. So I think it's if these numbers are exactly I think it's if these numbers are exactly 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and minus 9. Let's just double check that this works. And that I've not screwed anything up. So these numbers add to 4, 8, 13, 19, 26, minus 9 is 17. Right, okay. I agree with myself now. I think the minimum sum here is 17, but it's also the maximum sum. And so these have to be 8, 9, and they have to not be negated, because, spoiler, the sum will not be... I somehow ungrade these cells. The sum will not be 17 if I negate either of these cells. Alrighty. So we've got that. So we now have a negative 9 on here. Oh, and I know what this cell is. This digit's given. Because in that vision... and this is what Carl is pointing out in chat, I realize, and I was just distracted. This digit's got to be an 8, because if I put anything more than the absolute minimum on here, then I'm screwed. So this is an 8, and we get to do our 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Yes, everyone, keep liking the stream so we can get more exciting viewers like tinderhot.xyz, who is very excited to join in and learn about Sudoku. Woohoo! Haha! Wee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. So these are 9s, these are 8s. And now remember, I know the negated digit in this box is a 9, so that lets me gray these cells to get that the negated digit in this box is in one of those handful of places. I also know that there's an 8 and a 9 in these cells. Okay, so... we have that single-digit trick again that we did before. If none of these are negative, then this sums to at least 10, but also as a single digit. It's a little harder to see over here because I'm not used to looking at squares. But none of these can be negators because we need a negator on there. Let's see. Okay, so this sum, I need to remember, this is a single-digit sum. Is there any way I can put both 8 and 9 on here? I feel like that's very unlikely. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. I had not contemplated that, but Josh makes a good point that I can flash all of these cells black because these are all the same digit, because they're all the sum of the same line. And so the black flash digit goes there. Which is actually very interesting, because it means that this digit is the sum of this whole line in this box. So this digit is the sum of these 5 cells. Okay, so this digit must be negative. Oh no, that's not necessarily true. Oh, okay. Smart point. Black can't be 8 or 9 because black sees an 8 or 9 in a bunch of places. Okay. So if this is negative, then various things will happen. But it's not 6 or 7 either. That's a good point. Okay, yeah, I should really look at Sudoku. Thank you, Judith. Yeah, it sees a 6 and a 7. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay, and so now I don't think it can be a negative 5. Because if this is a negative 5, say, then these all still sum to at least 5. But they can't because there's an 8 or a 9 on this line. I can't move both. I can't put both the 8 and the 9 here. This thankfully isn't an S-cell puzzle. So actually, the minimum sum of the digits on this line, if I were to negate this, would be 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is 9, minus 5, which is... Wait. 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3. Right. 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 minus 5, which would be 9, except black can't be 9. So black is not doubled, is the point. Yeah, 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 minus 5 would be 9, which is still not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, actually this can't be negated. I'm adding together 4 positive digits and 1 negative digit on here. Okay, so I guess the question is maybe where am I negating black? Because I have to negate black somewhere. I don't get to not negate black. I'm not negating black in this box. I'm not negating black in any of these boxes. So therefore, the only places I can possibly even contemplate negating black are these 3 boxes, the 3 sort of outer boxes. I am gonna guess I can't negate black here, because black, remember, is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I know where I negate black, but let me double check. So what things could I possibly negate in this box? Because the minimum sum of these is 17 minus 2 times the negator. So my negator in this box has to be at least 6. Because if I negate something less than 6, wait, do I get to do 2? Yeah, minus 2 times the negator. Right, minus 2 times the negator is correct. It's at minimum 17 minus 2 times the negator, because I need to change the negator from being counted as positive to being counted as nothing to being counted as negative, so I need to subtract it twice. So the minimum sum here is 17 minus 2 times the negator. In other words, I can't negate black in this box. The minimum sum in this box is 16 minus 2 times the negator. Still can't negate black in this box. So black is actually only negated in this box. And so if black is negated in this box, it has to be negated exactly here, I believe. Let me double check that I believe that. I think I've shown that I can't negate black in... Yeah, I think I've argued that I can't negate black anywhere but exactly this cell. People can tell me if they disagree with my logic. I think I might be right. So apologies to anyone who guessed that the digit being danced, or sorry, that the betting tree was going to be negative, because I think the betting tree is not going to be negative. So we've got that here, and so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yeah, the minimum is here is the minimum sum here is 0, which is not helpful. So let's see. Okay, so what can we do with that information? Probably something. Oh, black is apparently not 2 either, because I'm realizing now it actually can't be. If it can't be 2 in one place, it can't be 2 in any place. Okay. Let's see, if there's no negators on here, this is a minimum of 6. It sees a 6 and an 8, so it would be 7 or 9 if there's no negator down here. Seems like there probably wants to be. Let's see. Or does there have to be a negator on here? Or is the point for me to think about what happens if I sum all 6 of these? Because these together, these 6 cells, they sum to a minimum of 21 minus 2 times the negator. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go back and actually figure out what the negators in these boxes need to be, because they had to be more than 5, is what I proved. So here I have a negator 9. These 2 boxes feature a negator 6, 7, or 8, is what we proved before. Because again, the minimum sum in this box, for example, was 17 minus 2 times the negator. So the minimum sum is so the negator is at least 6. So the negator in this box is at least 6. Likewise, the negator in this box, because the minimum sum is 16, the negator has to be, again, at least 6. So I've got 3 of the 4 negators that are 6 or higher. I only have little negators left except for 1. I get 1 more big negator somewhere. And it's probably going to be on this line. Can I prove that the negator on this line has to be big? Because again, this line sums to minimum 15 minus 2 times the negator. And so if the negator was 5, then black would be 5, and that's not going to work. So yes, so the other high negator is here. So I am negating on this line. By the way, why have I not graded the rest of this box? I said a long time ago there had to be a negator on here, and I just never did it. So in this box, I am also negating a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So, and it's not a 9. I'm negating a 6, 7, or 8. So, can I prove that this has to be 8 or 9? I probably can if I think about it. If this is not an 8 or a 9, then I have an 8-9 pair on here. And I have, say, a negative 8 and a 9 that would sum to 1 plus 2 plus 3. Right. These cells sum to 0. That's the point. These cells I know sum to 0. I got completely distracted by other things. These cells have sum 0. I certainly cannot, therefore, include an 8 and a 9, because 8 and 9 would sum to at least 1, and then I'd be adding 2 more positive digits. I'm not going to get to 0. So yes, so this cell is definitely an 8 or a 9. I don't know that it's going to do an enormous amount for me, but it's true. That 8, 9, interestingly, can't go here, for whatever that's worth. It has to go in one of those 2 cells. It's got a very clean solve path that Zeta is ignoring completely. That's possible. Let's see. Alrighty. Black goes on the line over here. That's a good point. So one of these 2 cells is black, which means that in this box, okay, that's gorgeous. Okay, that's huge. So So chat points out that black is in one of these two cells. I think I was distracted over down here. I should have been looking up here. Black goes in one of these two cells, and so therefore every non-black cell in this box sums to 0. Which means that I have to have a negative 7, and a positive 1, 2, 4. Because that's 3 cells, that's 4 cells that sum to 0. The 7 can only be negative, and then a positive 1, 2, 4. And so black is not 1, 2, or 4, actually, from this box. So these are a black 1, 2, 4 combo, and that cell is a negator. So these are, I hate negating, or hate writing black 1, 2, 4. So I'm just going to write in the 1, 2, 4 here. But the point is I get to do exactly the same trick over in box 9 once I have done my graying. So here, black is over on the line. And if black is on the line, which explains the sort of like weird looking shape that was in here when we started. So black is on this line, so the rest sums to 0, which means that the rest is 1, 2, 3. So the 6 is negative, and the other 3 positive digits have to be 1, 2, 3, other than black. And so black is 5. Black is 5 dance. That 6 is going to place the 9 up here. So now this is the negator 9, because I need a negator in this box, and we know the negator is a 9. So we've got that. That's going to remove all of those from being able to be negators. And all of those from being able to be negators. And that from being able to be a negator. And so it's actually going to place... Oh, no, sorry. It's not going to place a negator there. There's already a negator in the box. Stop, zeta, stop. Okay. So... the negator in this box is an 8. And so if the negator in this box is an 8, then this isn't an 8, it's a 9. The 8 is in one of these two cells, so these are gray. Okay, so we know we've got a negated 8 in one of these two cells. I don't think I know which of them is a negated 8 yet. Do I know anything about this business of summing to 9? So I guess these 3 need to sum to 14. That is a very unappealing prospect. Chameleon's suggestion on where does the negator go in column 6 is much more appealing. That is the negator in column 6. So therefore it is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. So these are not negators. Chat pointed that out as being a Jovi wing on these. There's also a Jovi wing on these negators, meaning that that is also a negator. So it's also a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Kind of surprising that this solves here from here, honestly. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, one of these is an 8. Okay, so what about 9s? How many 9s do I have? I've got this many 9s. So here's going to be the point. Where is 9 in column 3? And the answer is 9 is ruled out of those cells by Sudoku. This is Carl's point. These cells by this. 9 can't go here because this cell would have to be a 0. So 9 actually rules itself out of both of those. So 9 down here is in one of these cells. Is it possible? Let's see. If I look at 9 in this column, it's down here. If I look at 9 in this box, actually, this is also an interesting place to look at 9 because it's not in any of those places, and it's not there for the same reason. If I put a 9 there, then these would need to be both 0, and they're marked as positive. So 9 is in one of those two cells, which gives us a Jovi wing on 9s down here, which places a 9 there. That's going to make this much more appealing, because these currently sum to 4, which means these two sum to 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, in order to sum to 5. Okay, if a 9 is here, it puts a 9 here, which is interesting. Because if a 9 is here, it puts a 9 here, which would mean that these two would have to be the same digit. That doesn't work. So let me just explain that, because it's a little weird, and it took me a minute. So if these are both 9, that says these two cells sum to 0, but that means they're the same digit. That doesn't work. I really enjoy that. That is the kind of thing that delates zetas. So those are both 9. I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't give me a digit here, which would be useful, but, you know, what are you going to do? These 3 digits sum to 9 honestly. So these 3 digits are from, well, they include 2 of 1, 2, 3. Oh, they don't include a 5. That's interesting to know. So these are either 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 6. Oh. And those aren't 6, of course. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4 in order to make this sum to 9 work. Interestingly enough. Oh, that's a great point from Mehdi. 8, just by Sudoku, puts 8 on this line. Okay, and so 8 is on this line, plus another positive number, minus a number that's at most 4, means that this digit is at least 5, but it's not 5 or 6. So this digit can only be 7 or 8. Oh, it can't even be 8. This digit can only be 7, right? Let me double check that math. So minimum sum here is 8 plus 1 is 9. Minus 4 is 5. So this digit is at least 5, but it's not 5, 6, 8, or 9. So it can only be 7. That's right. This is a 7. And so now, if I think about that, that means that this is an 8 and then 2 digits that differ by 1 or something like that in order to make this work out. I mean, I guess the question is, where does 7 go in this box? 7 can't go there for the same reason that 8 couldn't. So 7 is there, and so 7 is there. And so 7 is in one of this streak of cells. Though we should be careful not to think about that too much. We might get ourselves in trouble. This triple is a 1, a 3, a 4. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are 1, 3, and 4. Sure, why not? Why did I never put that I knew that these were 1, 2, 3, and 5? Because I know these are 1, 2, 3, and 5. I said that before. I know that these are 1, 2, 4, and 5. That would have really, really, really helped if I'd have actually like filled in the digits that I knew before, because that would have been useful, because I actually knew that like a long time ago and I just didn't bother filling it in. So these digits, this is very helpful to know, are a 4 and a something else, 4 and an 8. And I even know the order. Fantastic. Though not making me feel better about not noticing that before. These digits are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not an 8 or a 9. That's not a 9. Those aren't 8. So the one that is 8 is that one. So let's see. So we've got here a 3, 6, 3, 6, 9. Does that help me in a way I have not appreciated? I don't think that helped as much as the one over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lines are there to disambiguate it at the end. Good night, Nicholas. Thank you to the reminder for everyone to like the stream. Thank you. Sleep well. Hope you have a good night. Let's see. So this I feel like I should basically be able to math, but I haven't quite mathed it yet. I might as well mark candidates in this box, because I don't think I'm going to get any more information about it until I do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those aren't 4. Those aren't 5 or 7. That can be literally anything on Earth, apparently. Okay, so here... Oh, I'm being silly again. So here I have an 8 and 3 digits that sum to... I have a -8 and 3 digits that sum to 8. So I didn't fill in this quadruple either. It's the same quadruple. I'm supposed to fill in 8, and then it's not 1, 2, 5, it's 1, 3, 4. And of course, those aren't 8. So if those are 8, 1, 3, 4, then these are 2 and something else. 6 and 7. Well, those aren't the 7, so that's the 7. These are the 2 and the 6, so that's not a 2. That seems relevant. This is a 1, 3, or 4. That seems potentially relevant. So that's not the 2. That's not the 7. Getting very dangerous. Let's see. Unfortunately, I don't know if these are the 2 or that's the 2. Oh, not -1 in box 8. That's a good point. We can't have a -1 down here because -1 plus 8 is 7 already, and I need to add an additional positive number. So that's not going to work. So this can only be a 3 or a 4. That's very interesting. So one of these two is 1. Let's see. Okay, so Garion suggests I ask myself whether 6 can really be on this line. So 8 plus 6 is 14. Plus a -3 or a 4 is equal to 7 doesn't sound good. So I agree with Garion. This cell is a 6, which is very powerful because it makes these a 1-2 pair and makes that a 3. So very smart to Garion. And I probably actually, if I think about it very carefully, I can probably solve the rest of this box because I needed these to sum to 0. So that's got to be a 2. So these are not 2. So these aren't 1 or 3. They're 2 or 5. And so this row has left in it an 8 and a something that I want to say is a 2, even though I'm looking at the 2 in the row. But I just feel like this row wants an extra 2. It's a 4. It has an 8 and a 4 in it. Okay, is it really possible that this is a 4 is a good question. Because if this is a 4, this is a 3. And this is an 8. So does that work? 8, 4, 3. 8 plus 4 is 12. Minus 3 is not 7. So this does not work. Wait, people are claiming it does. So 4 plus 8 is 12. So if this was a 4, this would be an 8. 4 plus 8 minus 3 is 12 minus 3 is not 7. It's something else. I don't think this can be a 4. But chat is trying to put confusing math in my in chat that is confusing me. But I don't think this can be a 4. So I'm just going to go with it and assume chat is being weird. This is red, so it's an 8. So that's red. That's red. So we've got all of our red cells at least placed. So now we know that these are a 3-4 pair, and so we should be able to figure out which way the 3-4 pair goes. So 8 plus 4 minus 3, I think, is the thing we were trying to avoid, because 8 plus 4 minus 3 is 9, and that's not going to work. So this has to be the 3 and the 4. This is a 4, just by magic. These aren't 4. This is not 8. That's not 3. That's not 8 in the corner either. These aren't 4, or R4, take your pick. That's not a 3. Okay, so now that's not a 4. Somehow Sven knows that because I already have a red 4, this can't be a red 4. I'm impressed. These are a 1, 2, 3 triple, so now I will pause to find any cells that see all 3 of those. Sadly, there are none, as that is my favorite deduction in doubler puzzles. Okay, so these are a triple. Let's just fill in the triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 6, and 8. This is not an 8. Let's see. What about this column? I think all of the rest of these lines are already work. Those lines work. These lines work. Yeah, I think... Oh, every line works except that these two cells need to add to 9, honestly. So we're just going to get rid of that. Let's see. So these can't be 7, 2. I think they could be 3, 4 if they're 3, 4 in that order. 3, 4 don't add to 9. Let's try again. Ways to add to 9. So it's not 2, 7. If it were 1, 8, it would have to be 1, 8 in that direction. If it were 3, 6, it would have to be 3, 6 in that direction. And if it were 4, 5, it would have to have 2 5s in the box. So I think the conclusion is that this cell is a 6 or an 8. And that we should be very careful about thinking about where 7s go in certain places, or we'll be in trouble. Let's see. So we have a 1, 3, 6 triple in column 3. That is an excellent point. So thank you, Carl. So 2, 3. So this is a 4. So that's not a 4, which now has given us a 1, 3 pair here, which has made this doubler a 2, which is going to be very powerful. Because now these are a 1, 3 pair, which means that this cell is a 1, or sorry, is not a 1, because it sees a 1 and a 3. Sadly, we don't have more of that. It is true that we can place the 7 in box 6. So that's not a 7, which is going to let us place the 7 in box 3, which is going to let us place the 7 in box 2. That's a 5 and a 2. Let's see. I need a 6 in this row, and it can only go there. This cell's got to be a 1, a 2, or a 4, I suppose. But there's a 1, 3 pair in the box, so that's not a 1. So these two digits are actually the same digit, is what this is saying. I'm trying to decide if I want to color that these are the same digit. I don't think I do. What about these two? Those two are also the same digit. Does that tell me anything exciting? I don't think it does. At least not immediately. I probably can do lower hanging stuff, like fill in this triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 4. So that's a 5, because there's a 1, 3, 4, 6 quad in the column. So that's a 2. So that's a 1, 4 pair, so that's a 5. Let's see. Should I look at my 1, 3s that are the same again and see if they're if it's more interesting now? So that 1, 3 now. Nope, still goes in one of those two places. Oh, so this cell's not a 1 or a 3. That's the point. Okay, so this one. So I do actually need to color this in order to make this articulable. Where does orange go in this box is the question. And the answer is that just by Sudoku and by the fact that 6, 9 aren't 1 or 3, orange goes in one of these two cells. So orange is the other of 1 and 3. So this cell can't be 1 or 3. This cell has to be 4. And so therefore that's a 1 and a 4, and that's a 2. I'm sure that's the intended way. No one will convince me otherwise. So now once that's become a 1, now that's a 3 and orange is 1. And so this is a 6 and a 9 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 3. So we can get rid of Simon's behated color just in case Simon is watching. Let's see. 1. Let's see. These are not 1. That's not 4. That's a 3, 6 pair. So that is a 4. Let's see. This is a 3 and a 1 and a 1 and a 2 and a 6 and a 3 and a 2 and a 6 and a 1 and a 6 and a 1 and a 3. This digit is a 4. So let's add extra digits here just to make this more fun. Let's see. These are a 6 and an 8 and something else. Well, this is a 6 or an 8 for sure. Oh, but I need to solve the question, what is 3 plus what is equal to 9? So 3 plus 8 is 9? No, 3 plus 8 is, well, it's at least double digits. So this is a 6. So that's an 8 and a 6. This digit by the row is a 2. By the column, we need an 8 and a 9, so they have to go in that order. And then the betting tree, that could not have possibly been known until now, is a 7. That was a sweet puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. I don't feel it was my most elegant of solves, but I was all over the coloring 1-3s at the end, so I would like credit for that part. Very cool puzzle, Kajito. It is true, the last betting tree Kajito gave me, I don't think I could possibly have filled in until the very end the way I did it. Like, I did not at any point make any conscious effort to not fill in what the betting tree was. It was just, it was well chosen. But very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot, and I don't know why my brain was so, like, having a hard time. I said out loud, these are a negated 7 and a 1, 2, 4 and a black, but then I did not pencil mark that for the longest time, and for whatever reason I did not apply that same logic to say, okay, so these are a negated 8 and a 1, 3, 4 and a black. I think my solve could have been 10 minutes faster if I'd have listened to my own thoughts a little bit better, but very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. It is true that at the time I didn't know that black was 5, which is how I then managed to forget it completely by the time I knew that black was 5. But, you know, these things happen. And I'm not going to pencil 1, 2, 4 and black into cells. That's just begging for a disaster. Where I, like, later I'm like, why is there a 1, 2, 4 quadruple in box 1? I better start the puzzle over. Alrighty. I'm going to take a real quick break, and we will be back in just a moment with some 6x6s to finish off the stream. So I will see you shortly. Alrighty. And we are back with a 10 lines puzzle. So this is a 10 lines puzzle by Jay Dyer. So like the puzzle we watched Simon do earlier, we have to break the lines into pieces that sum to 10. And so we come over here, and so let's look at row 1 to start. And so much like in 20 lines earlier, these cells sum to 21, which must be 2 20s and then some leftover cells that sum to 1. But there's only one way to make a rump that sums to 1. And so by the magic of the rump, that is a 1. Now, when I include these, I have to go at least this far down. So what are these digits? So I have to have a 2, 3, 5 and a 4, 6 in here, is what you're telling me. If I don't have a 2, 3, 5 and a 4, 6, I'm not going to make this work, I think. Because one of them has to be a sum in 3 cells, and the only one that's going to be a sum in 3 cells is going to be a 2, 3, 5, because that's the only way I can make this work. Alrighty. Well, yeah, but I'm saying I know how it's divided. So I know in particular that this cell is a 2, 3, or a 5. Because it's in the middle, and so the length 3 one is there. But either that's 4, 6 or that's 4, 6. But I don't yet know time to do that. Hey, Tom. Okay. So I think I can probably now do math on these cells. You know how I feel about doing math, but I think I can do it. So, in fact, actually, let's do it this way. I think this will be more humane. So, a row or a column sums to 21. So these cells sum to 21, plus these cells sum to 21, except that I need to count this cell -2 times because I did not do it. But also I know that this is a 10 line. So this is 42 minus double this. And so 42 minus double this needs to be a multiple of 10. Well, it can't be a 1 because there's already a 1 in the column. And so the only other thing I could subtract is double 6. And so purple here is a 6, is the upshot of this. I think we can conclude with great perspicacity or whatever. So that's a 6. And so that's so I guess now the question is, how does the rest of this break up? So if this were 1, 2, 3, 4, that would make a lot of sense. Do I know that it can't be anything else? So could it be like 1, 4, 5? Yeah, I guess it could be. Sure. So I guess what is the sum of these cells, I guess, is the thing I should be asking myself. The sum of these cells is 15. So when I move over into this part, I am in excess by 5. And so I then have to have some rump adding to 5, and then some stuff that adds to 10. Okay. This 6 seems very important. What am I meant to be doing with this 6? I feel I have to be doing something with the 6 that is relevant, but I don't know what. Let's see. So up here, I know that there's a 4-6 pair somewhere. One of these is a 4-6 pair, and then one of them is a 2-3-5 triple. Is there a reason this can't be a 2-3-5 triple? Rump has become the official terminology because Simon said it about 60 times in today's video where he was looking at this variant. Let's see. Garion asks about 1 in column 1. Could this not be 1, 4, 5 and then 6, 4 or something like that? Am I supposed to know that this has to be a 1? I mean, I know it doesn't go there. There was an annoying option. That's unfortunate. Let's see. So this length 5 line can really only be 2 sums to 10 because I can't do 3 cells to sum to 10. Oh, could I do... Actually, sorry, I might be able to do 1 cell summing to 10. Because if this were a 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, that would work, actually. So this could be 1 sum to 10, actually. Which is disappointing, I know. Am I supposed to be asking where, like, this cluster of cells goes in another box and then thinking about what that tells me about where how things add to 10? Oh, that's really interesting. So, Garion points out this can only be 2 sums to 10. It can't be 3, because again, it's length 5. So one thing you would think was, oh, it could be 4, 6, 2, 3, 5. But Garion's point is if it's 4, 6, 2, 3, 5, it breaks that cell. So this can't be 4, 6, and 2, 3, 5, which is very interesting. So, but it has to have a 4, 6 on it somewhere, right? No, it could... Wait. Yeah, I guess that's the point, is all of these length 5 lines, they have to have a 4, 6 on them somewhere. because you need a 2-cell sum to 10. And the only 2-cell sum to 10 is, unless you have a diagonal line, which this puzzle doesn't, if you, like this, this couldn't be double 5 anyway, because I only have 5 cells, so I need a 2-cell sum to 10 and a 3-cell sum to 10, and so therefore the point is, the 2-cell sum to 10, wherever it is a 4, 6. And so that's true on this one, and it's true on this one. It's only true about length 5 lines, but there's always a 4 and a 6. And so this cell can't be 4 or 6. Which does not feel like... Oh, no, that's huge. This cell can't be 4 or 6. That's enormous. Because remember, there's a 4, 6 on this line. So this is the 4, 6. That's sweet. And so this is the 2, 3, 5. Because I knew that was what was going on in row 1. Okay, that's way cool. Okay, so now I know what these digits are. These are now a 1, 4, 6. These are a 2, 3, 5. So in particular, this can't be the 4... Actually, could this be a 4 or 6 if this was also the 4, 6? Because I know I need a 4, 6 here. No, that's not going to work, right? Actually, how is this mess working at all? 4 and... Okay, how am I making 3 of these digits sum to 10 at all? Because I can't possibly make these 2 sum to 10. Unless I'm blind. So, and again, I need a 4, 6 on this line, and it's... Wait, I've broken the... Oh, it's 5 digits summing to 10. Right. It's 5 digits summing to 10. Got it. Okay. Good, because it's not anything else. Yes, the whole line could add to it. Did I know this line couldn't add to 10? Yes, I did know this line couldn't add to 10. Right, okay. So my point about length 5 lines was only about length 5 lines that aren't lines that themselves add to 10, which I knew this one wasn't. I mean, frankly, because I got lucky, but I knew this one wasn't. I should have, because these cells add to at least 10. This one, though, it can't be anymore 2 dominoes it can't be 2 things adding to 10, because one of the ends would have to be 4, 6, and neither can be. So therefore, this whole thing adds to 10. And therefore, because the minimum of these is 5, then this can't possibly be a 6. And it can't be a 4 either, because if this were a 4, then these 2 cells together would need to add to 1, which is not going to work. So this is a 1. That's a 4, 6. This is not 2, 3, 5. So it's one of the other ways of doing it, but this is now completed. If I put a 5 in here, then these need to sum to at most 2. That's not going to work. So these aren't 5. That is 5. I need to get to 4 more, so that's a 4, and that concludes my my tenomino. Tenomino, do. Tenomino, do. So we've got our tenominos now. Okay, so now these sum to 6, so these 2 need to sum to 4, and so they need to be 1, 3, which makes that a 2 and a 3, and we can box in our tenomino. Do. So these are a 3 and a 2. And we know the order, actually, because of this box. The 3's there. So these add to 5. So this either is a 5, or it's part of a 2-cell sum to 5. I don't think I immediately know, but let me fill in these 2 digits, because that seems relevant. It's going to get me more digits. So this is going to, in fact, be 5 and 6, which is going to make that a 4 and that a 6. So these are a pair, namely they are a 4-5 pair. So if this is a 5, the world breaks, because if this is a 5, I can't finish here, so I have to finish here, but now those cells sum to too much. So in fact, this is a 4. That can't be a 6, so this is part of a part of a tenomino with that. But now this can't be a 6, because then this would need to be a 0. So that's a 5 and a 1, and that's a 6. Tenomino, do. Tenomino, do, 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 do. So that's a 5, finishing this tenomino, although this tenomino is a little bit weird, but fortunately we have the diagonal tool, so it's not too bad. So we've got all of that. So now these are a tenomino by themselves, with that being a 2, apparently. Whoever could have guessed that there was a way to deduce that this cell was a 2? I certainly could not have. So we've got that. This is not a 1. These are a 2, 5, 6. Okay. So, where is the 6? We've got, so this is these 3 need to add to 10. So these 3 need to add to 10. And so this digit is the same as this digit. Let me do that again. These 3 add to 10 because of this 10 line. Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry, I'm bad at math. These 3 add to 10, so therefore these 3 add to 11. And so therefore this digit is 1 more than that digit, is what I get out of that. This digit is 1 more than that digit. So this digit, if I know anything about digits, can't be a 6. So this digit is a 3 or a 6, if I did that math correctly, which is always something to be skeptical of around these parts. So the 4 in this row is, I guess, in there or there. I don't know what I can do with that. Let's see. Do I need to ask what this cell can be? The tenomino, that's right. The tenomino in column 1 needs a 1. I guess I know what the tenomino is, even if I haven't done it. Right. It needs a 1 because any way to make a sum of 10 and 3 with no repeats that doesn't use a 1 is 2, 3, 5, and that one's 2, 3, 5. So the point is there's a 1 in one of these 2 cells, so that's not a 1. So this is a 1. Oops. No. So that's a 1. So let's see. So if this is a 2, then this is a 1 and a 7. I see a problem with that. And so it's a slightly complicated thing. But if this is a 2, then I need a 1 and a 7, and the problem is that there's not a 7. So this can't be a 2. So this is a 5 and a 6. It is a miracle that I remembered that these two differed by 1. So that's a 2 and a 6, and a 4 and a 6. These are a 1 and a 4. I seem to know the order of them. That's a 3 and a 1. I should box in this tenomino before I accidentally finish the puzzle, without boxing all my tenominos. So that is a 3 and a 4 and a 2. I feel like you could make a really terrifying mean mini with 10 lines. So these digits are a 2, a 3, and a 5. So that is a 5, and a 3, and a 5, and a 2, and a 3. There we go. I didn't have any coloring to finish before finishing. I only, as my only coloring was to calculate the sum of the digits on this line. My only important thing to do here was to tenomino before finishing. Very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. I do feel like there's a lot you can do with n lines for various n's. Ominoes should always be colored. I mean, I can respect the theory that the world would be a better place if we took a bit and colored these and these various colors. Sorry, Simon. Yellow, green. Unfortunately, this one's going to be messy. Purple. Orange again. Green again. Blue and yellow again. And, wow, there were a lot of them, this one. And yellow again. There we go. Oh, I can color flash the 6. That's a good point. I can flash the 6 like that, and it almost lines up. Oh, that's tilting, though. That's very tilting. The fact that the slash only slightly doesn't line up is very upsetting. Alrighty. I think we're gonna have to end stream here for today. Again, thank you for everyone who joined us. It's been a delightful stream. Bonus surprise of Simon doing the puzzle. Thank you to Ben, the new subscriber. Thank you very much. I don't know if Ben is in chat. I mean, there's a Ben in chat who I'm delighted to have here because I know Ben mentioned that he'd been unable to show up to previous streams. But welcome to the new subscriber. If you'd like to become a subscriber, please do consider doing so. You can do so for as little as $5 a month. Uh-oh. Did you kill him? Please don't tell me you killed him. You can do so for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. And so you could do that for many benefits, such as the fancy green name, the Zach emotes, all of those cool things. If you go up to $10 a month, then you can also vote on what puzzles I do. And so I always open streams with whatever puzzle is most voted on from the bucket. If you have voting privileges, which I know many people have voting privileges but don't use them, if you have not used them, I recommend go in there and vote. We lately keep having like a 17-car pileup at 7 or 8 votes time and time again, and so you can go in there and just sort of flip whichever one of those puzzles you want, and then you can, you can just spawn camp it and wait until 5 minutes before stream and go in and vote for the one to break the tie or whatever. Whatever you want to do, it's your vote, not mine. Don't let me tell you what to do. Do remember that we have Stream 100 coming up on Sunday, so that's exciting both as a milestone and because I'm going to have Tall Cat and we're going to do a bunch of awesome puzzles that I have heard good things about. So we have it set up. This is the first time I've done a thing where people submit puzzles where actually anyone can go and see the puzzles that have been submitted. So if you want to see the puzzles that people have submitted for my 6x6s, you can do that. It's on the Discord. You can go there and join it now. If you're not on Puzzle Plaza, you can get there and go in there and you can see the 6x6s. You can see the Stream 100 puzzles, and you can see the puzzles for the upcoming Pencil Puzzle Challenge. So if you are looking to do those puzzles before I do them, because I know some people like to have done them before I do them so they can give me shit for not doing the stuff, by all means, it's all available to you now. So go ahead and have a look. I can't wait till Sunday. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Also, I'm on fall break this week, so I actually get half a week off next week as well. So I'm extra excited by that. Anyway, I appreciate all of your support. I think I've asked you to like the stream enough times today, but I'm trying to do that a little bit more because if I ask you earlier in the stream to like the stream, then more people come to the stream and more people discover it and all that's good stuff. That is good for everyone involved. So thank you all for coming. And Zach, I, and Tall Cat will see you on Sunday. Bye for now. Thank you also, by the way, to our super supporters, those people who donate at the highest level. David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer, you're all champs. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. It always makes me happy when I see you. Thank you, Franco, and all of you. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much. See you soon.